Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Motorland, Aragon, and welcome to another weekend here in the Ultimate Cup European Series. This is going to be our first broadcast of the weekend here at this wonderful Spanish racing circuit. And the first race of the weekend is going to be one of the most action-packed parts of our weekends here, where we start out with the European Endurance Prototype Cup. These wonderful Nova Proto machines will be taken to the circuit very soon for a 4-hour endurance race. 3 and sometimes 4 drivers per team will be sharing duties across this endurance race, and it's going to be a very, very exciting day of action that we're certainly looking forward to here in the Spanish sunshine. My name's Chaz Draycott. I'm going to be your commentator this weekend alongside the wonderful Claire Cottingham, who's making her way down to the pit lane at present to get amongst the action and see what's what. As you can see at the moment, the drivers and teams are all preparing to get their vehicles out onto the circuit, and they will be making their way around to form up on the grid very, very soon. We have a packed grid of 26 cars for this round this weekend, and we are looking forward to how this will affect the overall championship standings. We have the number 20 machine with 2 of their drivers at the top of the standings at the moment, Matthias Besch and Romain Carton. They are on 50 points apiece, with Erwin Creed and Marlon Hernandez and Nicolas Prost in the 154 for Kogamo Racing, second in the championship at present as well. And then behind we have Nicholas Adcock in car number 30, Adrian Chile and Belen Garcia with Michael Stephen as well in car 30. All of them very close on points. It's not a point system that hands itself to awarding hundreds and hundreds of points. So it's always great to see that it keeps the championship very close throughout. It's always really, really good fun to watch. And at the end of the day, we're going to have a lot of action out there on the circuit with all the different paces of these drivers. Of course, we have a mixture in each of the teams of silver, bronze, and even sometimes platinum, and the odd gold driver in the field as well. So there is a great mix of pace between a number of these competitors. And that's part of the appeal of endurance racing, is the fact that you get multiple drivers per car, so that car is not always at the same pace all the time. We had the 99 just on screen there. The Noguti competition car. Alban Noguti, Cindy Goudet and Valentin Simonet sharing that car. Valentin, a well-known content creator online in France. There's a lot of wonderful videos on different road cars and racing machines as well, and has now got himself into a full season of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. You can see there the flag marshals waving the green flags as the cars make their way round to the first corner. And the fantastic shot there in the background, you can see the wonderful scenery. There's this humongous stone wall posted up behind the circuit itself, and it gives us some fantastic shots as they come down out of turns 13 to 14. It just looks absolutely wonderful, doesn't it? It's a very vast circuit here at Aragon. And as you can see, there's a lot of different variations to it as well. There's a lot of parts of the circuit where you'll see the cars obviously going about their laps, but you'll see other parts of the circuit where it spans off in different directions. That there is actually where they come down to the 16th and 17th corners on the circuit down there. Really far down. It's a long old straight for them to manage. And we have the first cars now getting on to the start-finish straight on the exit of turn 18. And as you can see there, the final couple of corners, it is turns 14 and 15 where you get the view of the huge stone wall. It separates turn 7 from turn 13 here at this circuit as it goes up on the hill. But that, the 28 car, the 23 Events Racing team, James Winslow and Alim Geshev, racing together in that car. They'll be starting this race from the 5th row of the grid. And it's quite the interesting grid, this one, because I think if the championship leaders are to be watched in this race, they need to make some solid progress. Starting from the 4th row, the 99 car is indeed right near the front of the grid. You see it there, starting on the 2nd row of the grid. Noguchi, Goudet and Simonet. They'll be lining up alongside the number 8 car, the Graf Racing Machine, one of 3 cars that they have in that team this weekend. A great assault on the championship by that squad for this season. Obviously trying to bring strength in numbers to the championship here in 2025. Still 2 rounds of the season left to go here this year, heading to Manicourt in around a month's time, and then back to Circuit Paul Ricard to complete the 2025 season. A lovely shot there down the pit straight. As you can see, all of the cars making their way to the grid. There's the team of the number 7 machine preparing for this one. They're starting on the 3rd row of the grid on the right-hand side. They head towards a completely 90-degree left-hander at turn 1. Before the high-paced turns 2, 3 and 4. As the final cars now make their way up to the starting grid. You can see all the doors open and everything, trying to get as much cool air in the cars as possible. It's really, really hot out there this morning, straight off the bat. You can see it's the bright yellow number 66 machine, the Hallyday by T2 racing car that starts on the front row of the grid on the right-hand side. But pole position has gone the way of the Kogamo racing machine, the 154. Currently in with a shout of the championship. Prost, Hernandez and Creed sharing that car. They're the number 71 machine, the ANS Motorsport car. They have a quadruple, do they actually? I don't know if they have a 5th car. No, they do not have a 5th car out there, do ANS Motorsport. But they've got cars 70 through 73 out there on the grid. A total of 10 drivers between them. I'm just having a quick look at where they're spread out on the grid. It's the 71 car that is the highest up the order. They're starting on the 4th row of the grid for this first race of the weekend. The 73 starts on the 8th row, and then the number 72 is on the 11th row, and car 70 on the 13th row at the back of the grid. I was just scoping through, trying to find them just there. A lovely shot there of the 66 machine in the bright morning sunshine here in Spain. Had a fantastic drive over here from the hotel to the circuit this morning along a gorgeous mountain road with the sunrise behind us in the background. And now we hope that the sunshine sticks around all day. It is due to be quite the hot day here at Motorland Aragon. we're looking forward to seeing what happens, I should say, with the racing as it pans out, and whether it does get affected by the weather, because at the end of the day, let's not forget that tyres are not invincible. So it could be the case that the tyres start to get a lot more worn than we've seen in the past. Obviously the weather, one of the most integral parts of the race weekend. But here in Spain, it seems like there's no threat of any rain, any problems, and the racing should go ahead. Nice and straightforward. It's just down to the drivers and whatever they can hear, of course, throughout this one. They have to try and be as proactive as they can be with calling the strategies and so on when it's mixed conditions, but in a race like this, on a day like this, it's just a case of looking after the car, looking after the tyres, trying not to overdo it. Aragon, a circuit, of course, where it's very easy to overdo it. There's a lot of very tight and twisty sections here, looking up at turns 5, turns 9, 12, 15, and obviously turn 16, one of the most pivotal parts of the track, the hairpin down at the bottom of the long back straight. I believe we're going to go back down onto the grid now, and Claire is standing by ready for us.
It feels warm down here. It's getting hotter by the second. Cars all lining up, getting ready to go racing 4 hours here. A track not many of the drivers know that well. 154 on pole position. They won last time out in Portimao. They are doing incredibly well in the championship at the moment. I'm going to pop over here and speak to Nico Prost, who's standing by in his civvies. You're not looking like you're ready to drive a car today.
Well, there's a bit of time before I get in a car.
I know, but I'm always very surprised that you're not in your race suit already. Is it quite uncomfortable to be in it that early?
No, it's okay, but I was enjoying breakfast, you know. I have plenty of time now.
Plenty of time, exactly. A great place to start again. Obviously, Portimao was really great for you guys as well. You're really taking hold of this championship now, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, there's a lot of good cars around, and you know, as we saw, you know, just one full course yellow can change the destiny of a race, the fate of a race. So I think, you know, just we do our job as good as we can, and then we see at the end of the race where we stand. But it's very difficult in this championship to plan everything that will happen.
That is absolutely the truth in Ultimate Cup as well. Is this a track you know well? A lot of the drivers here haven't been around here before, and Ultimate Cup's not been here before.
No, not very well. I think I came here twice, once in 2013 and 17, but just for testing, so not a track we've been to many times.
And what was it like out there then? Obviously it's getting warmer by the moment. It's actually quite nice out here, it's quite pleasant.
Yeah, it's nice. No, it's a really good track, so a very nice place around, you know, so yeah, it's a good track for, I think, for this championship. I think these cars fit very well here, so it's good.
Have we got Erwin starting again?
Sorry?
Who's starting the race again?
Erwin.
It is Erwin, okay. You started with him last time, so obviously he's happy with starting the race.
Yeah, we're also happy with him starting.
That's fair enough. It means you get to have a leisurely breakfast. I'm going to check in with Erwin.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck for the race. Thank you so much, Nico. I'm just going to check in Erwin and see how we're feeling ahead of the race. Erwin, pole position again. That's where you want to be starting. How are you feeling?
Good. I will be better at the third turn. That's always a little bit stressful, but I can't wait to finish the first lap, and after I will be perfect. Hope so.
Perfect, I like that. A track you don't know very well either, or is it one that you've had a little bit of time out there now?
Sorry.
Do you know the track well?
No.
No one does. How do you like it?
It's nice track, and the good thing is the degradation of tires is okay. It's good. After it's difficult to overtake.
Okay. Well, good luck. Go well.
Thank you.
Erwin Creed then starting on pole position again. As we heard, he started the race in Portimao on pole position, and they ended up winning, so they're doing very well in the championship at the moment. I think we're going to head down a little bit further this way though, and see if we can find car number 20, which should be a little bit further back. So as we wander down, nice little photo op happening there with the guys getting ready to go racing there. I'm going to see, there we go. If we head down to 20, we should be able to see, hopefully, Matthias Besch might be around. Can't see him. So, who can we grab to speak to? I'm going to grab Another driver. They seem to all disappear on us. Right, let's see if we can find someone down this way. So on 8th, we want to see if we can find car number 66.
Yeah, good.
I'm making you walk everywhere today. Sorry about this, Antoine. See if we can find another driver to speak to. And hopefully there should be more people kicking around. I can't find any drivers. Look, I'm going to pass it back to you guys in the commentary box because I'm going to find another driver for you. But they seem to have all disappeared. So let's head back to you guys in the commentary box and see who we can find.
Thank you, Claire. Yeah, strangely barren grid at this time of the day. There's a lot of people, but not the people that we want to speak to, unfortunately. But thanks very much, Claire, having a good old wander to try and find the drivers in question. But as you can see from this shot here, a wonderfully busy grid to begin our weekend here. This is the biggest grid of the weekend here in the Ultimate Cup European Series. These 26 cars will be roaring their way around this fantastic racetrack very, very soon. It's a lovely place to be, and I'm sure a lot of these drivers will find certain places to make overtakes and go for it. There's going to be a lot of opportunism needed in the sort of northern end of the track from turn 7 all the way down to turn 12. It's going to be very, very busy. The grid is being slightly cleared now. I think a number of personnel are allowed to stay on the grid at least with them for now. And we'll wait now to see the start-up procedure of these wonderful vehicles. There is the 66 and the 154 on the front row. A very bright and colourful front row, as you can see. The 154 hoping to make waves at the top of the championship and continue on a great charge of results. As we heard, it's Owen Creed starting in that car on the left-hand side. And then the wonderful Hallyday by T2 racing machine with the big eagle down the side of it on the right-hand side. Excited to see what they can do at this point of the weekend, because just having a quick glance back at the championships standings, the 66, in fact I'm having to scroll quite the distance down to find them in the championship. We've got Pierre de Coubertin and Mitchell van Dijk currently 41st and 42nd in the Drivers' Championship. Their teammate Philippe Schlegel is 48th in the championship. The drivers are scored on their individual stints, so some drivers do get a couple of points if they've at least completed a stint, but the car doesn't finish the race, so they've done their particular job and they still get rewarded points for that. That's the reason for the distance of just 0.75 of a point between Romain Carton and Matthias Besch in the Drivers' Championship. Obviously both driving the number 20 machine, but they did not score last time out, or Matthias Besch didn't anyway. He got 0 points, whereas Romain Carton got 0.75. 15 seconds then, and the final board is shown, and the final personnel make their way behind the wall and into the pit lane. And the cars make their way off the grid for the warm-up lap then. It's a rolling start here in the Endurance Prototype Cup. So, of course, they have to do a green flag lap. We have a multitude of waved yellows as a car struggled to get away for a sec then. Now they're okay, bad look of it. I think they've just gotten clear. There's a little puff of smoke here and there from some of the cars as well as they make their way around. And now it all begins These Nova Protos with their wonderful sounding V8 engines make a great roar and a pop and bang every time they change up through the gears as well. And on the overrun too, they're very, what we'd call crackly. There's a lot of overrun as the unspent fuel is burnt through the exhaust. They make a fantastic racket into all sorts of braking zones and slower parts of the circuit. You can hear it for yourself as well, a great noise from these wonderful machines. Heading there through turn 9. It's like a corkscrew. Then they head down, gaining speed towards turn 12. Not too heavy a braking zone into there, but it really sets you up well for turns 13, 14 and 15. You have to think about the balance of the car on the way in, not to overdo it as you turn around to the right. And then as they exit turn 13, they go against the wonderful, wonderful backdrop that we can see just here. Such a cool shot. But that wall basically is where turn 7 is. Just the other side of that is turn 7, so it's higher up on the hill. They're the number 57 car on screen right now. Wonderful pink highlights on that machine. That's another of the Kogamo racing machines. And the field will now form up in just a moment. From what I can see on my track map that we have here, the number 30 car, which is Nick Adcock, 15th in the field, currently is, well, apparently still in the first sector. I'm not sure if that's just a transponder issue, but the CD Sport car is definitely there. I can see it a little bit further back in the pack. So we definitely haven't lost that machine, that's for sure. Maybe, like I say, a transponder issue. As they've gotten into the third sector, though, it's updated now, so I can tell you it's back in place as they head to turn 16. This hairpin at the bottom of the straight will be so important throughout this race. They then instantly go through the right-hander at turn 17, and it's only a small kink to the left before turn 18. The cars all form up then. Almost coming to a stop here, actually. It's a remarkably slow final corner for the field as the safety car heads in. They build up to the necessary speed onto the start-finish straight. And the very first race of the weekend here at Motorland Aragon in the Endurance Prototype Cup is underway. And it's a solid start from the 71, who looks down the inside into turn 1. They're nearly 4 wide in the middle of the pack. There's a lock up in the background. Number 7 machine of Graf is going wide as well. There's a couple of them went wide, but the number 7 had a bit of a wobble through there. There's a big split towards the back of the field. Doesn't look like anybody's necessarily fallen off, but just a bit of a check-up on the exit of the first corner has really put a hole in the sort of tail end of the field. Although by the time they get back up to turn 5, it's patched up again. The number 70 machine trying to get around the outside of car 57. Kogamo Racing losing a spot there to one of the ANS Motorsport cars. And 4 hours of racing is underway. It's still car 154 leading the way, but up into second place has gone the black and blue Graf car. That's Ting Cho making his way up into the second spot ahead of Pierre de Descartes. The race start is apparently under investigation, so we need to figure out why that is. Not sure if there was somebody out of position or a car not quite in the right place. Sometimes they have to be within a theoretical tram line, so to speak. But you can see everybody now jostling for position in this opening lap. Car 555 there, the third of the Kogamo Racing cars. Just behind one of the ANS machines, car 73. A little bit further down in the pack. That's Frederic Crouet. Nearly 3 wide into the hairpin at the bottom of the hill there, but It's going to be mighty important to get in the slipstream down that back straight. That is the best place for it, especially in cars like this. Coming to such a stop, though, as well. Look at how much they have to slow down. There's a car off, the number 7 machine. The number 7 machine was right up near the front of the order. And there's another car off in the barrier. There's a yellow flag at turn 16. And that is because of the number 7 car off the road towards the end of the lap. Car 33 has also had a drama, and that was William Cavale further down. He's had a drama on this opening lap. We've had a couple of cars into the pits, cars 27 and 31, I believe, making their way into the pit lane. We've now got green flags again at sector 3. Well, I don't see that cars 27 and 31 have actually come into the pits. Oh, they have actually. Sorry, their dot has disappeared on the track map when they've gone into the pits, that's why. So unfortunately, cars having to make it into the pit lane already. And Jimmy Cho has actually taken the lead of the race now as well from the 154 car. He's moved ahead of the Kokomo racing machine of Erwin Creed and instantly gotten to the front. Jimmy doing a great job then to get that done in the opening laps. Valentin Simone doing a purple sector 2 on this current lap. Side by side in the background there as well was the number 30 car of Nick Adcock. I think Clavadeccia was in there as well, and Hugo Lacasse having a fight. Looks like an issue with the left rear of the number 7 car. I can just see on one of our camera feeds into the pit lane there that they're messing around. They're obviously doing some work on the left rear of the number 7 as we have a move, plenty of moves down the inside into the hairpin at turn 16. The 30 machine for the second lap in a row has been run out wide. There is a shot of the work going on in the pit lane with the number 7 hoping to get something fixed. Claire has sent us some pictures of the car down in the pit lane. Unfortunately, all wheels off it at the moment as it's up on the jacks. There's the number 72 machine running further down the order at the moment. Jean-Francois Yvon. Present moment, we've got the 777 machine on screen, and Claire is reporting from the pit lane now. I can finally hear Claire, which is good to say. She's saying that they are basically taking everything off the car at present, like they are taking bodywork off, taking wheels off. All of it is being completely stripped down, so clearly something more to fix underneath. But after the first couple of opening laps, it has moved around quite a bit here. Jimmy Cho doing a fantastic job at the front, though, with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:55.082. An entire second quicker than Erwin Creed and Valentin Simone at the moment, who set almost identical times on that last lap. We've got De Courtin next up, then Adrien Chila. There is an investigation now going on into the incident down at turn 16, which involved cars 31 and 7. Both of them came in. Not Not sure if there was a moment of big contact or something. Claire is hoping to speak to Jonathan Thomas in a bit, but he's having a bit of a sit down after the incident that happened, so hopefully all is good with him. At the end of the day, when you have any sort of incident, it can easily shake a driver, and in cars like this as well that are so raw, and you know, there's very little in the way of sort of dampening from anything that goes on in these cars. It's difficult to just get out and be fine with, you know, the rest of your day. We've got the number 66 on screen there, which is Decotin, with Adrian Chile just behind car 71. I remember back at Mugello, the 71 car was involved in a lot of action throughout that race. Did a hell of a lot. Just having a quick scan of the lap times, and the fastest sectors are actually being done by drivers in the middle of the field at the moment. Alistair Young is just on the fastest lap of the race, a 1:54.2. So it seems like after a couple of laps the cars are really getting into their rhythm now, and obviously with the field spreading out slightly, there's more opportunity for them to battle away and not be sort of compromising their lines and compromising their pace for one another. They're not having to slow down because of a train of cars in front of them. They're able to just do the pace that they would normally do and not have to wait on anybody else. But aside from the incident that we saw, it's been a relatively clean start. Still two cars in the pit lane, are 31 and 7, that were involved in that earlier accident. Everybody else at present still out on the racetrack. It's car number 8 leading the way. Jimmy Cho, Erwin Creed in second place for Kogumo Racing. Third position car at the moment is the 99, that's the Nerguti competition machine. Christoph Herney in car 20 has lost a couple of places on that last lap. The DB Autosport car lost 2 places to Nick Adcock and Frederic Crouet. Those two both making their way past in the final sector by the look of it. Looked like Christoph was much slower in the final sector. He's lost a bit of time to them in the first sector as well, so I wonder if it was a case of he was just holding them up for a moment and then they've eventually gotten through. And now that they have, starting to clear away. Move there from the 71 on the 66. You could see Decotin was really bouncing around on the curbs on the exit of the right-hander. That was out of the final couple of corners. Down towards turn 1 they go, and Pieda not able to return the favour. That car started on the front row of the grid, now down to 5th position. But again, this is the appeal of endurance racing and the fact that Decotin may not be their fastest driver in the lineup that they have. The other two drivers joining him are also silver drivers. We've got Mitchell van Dijk and Mark Basseng getting in that car later on. But it could just be that those two have a slight pace advantage over him just because they are all of silver categorization. Doesn't mean that they're all exactly the same pace. And as we go, I'm going to start ticking off the drivers that have been out in each of these cars so far, just so we know who to look out for. So we'll go down the order and have a check in just a moment. More purple laps coming in from our race leader though, Jimmy Cho. Top of the pile, not just in terms of position, but of course the times as well. Absolutely rapid. We've had a track limits report for the number 73 car down at turn 9 at present. But again, it's Jimmy Cho that's setting the pace at the minute. And having very, very strong showing at the start of this one. Just watching here, battle down into the first corner. Car 32 chasing down the number 4. Alistair Young, after setting that blistering lap just a moment ago, has now overtaken Alain Boulin. And I'm told that Claire has managed to catch up with one of the drivers for us and is prepared for an interview.
Prepared for an interview or dragged from out back. Rob Greenwood alongside me. Rob, it's disappointing to see you this early in the race. I can see the disappointment. Cars being worked on behind us. You've not even stepped in it yet. This is not quite what you were after today.
No, I would have liked to have spoken to you a bit later on in the race as opposed to straight away. Yeah, I mean, it's racing, right? Disappointing. You know, it's very hectic on that first lap. The front of the grid, they bunched up. Just made a good start, moved up 2 positions. It's just, there's been an incident in the end of the long straight in the hairpin. And yeah, we picked up quite a bit of damage. So we're going to be in the garage in a little while now, which is, yeah, not what we wanted.
It is a track that punishes even slight small mistakes, the first lap especially. We know how talented Chris is, we've seen you guys out before, but it has been an up and down season for you guys, hasn't it?
Down. Yeah, we were really quick at
There's been some ups.
Spending time here with all you lovely people in a very cool car. Yeah, no, look, we were quick in practice. The track's super cool. In the middle of nowhere in Spain. The track's awesome. So yeah, we thought we were going to have a good race. We wanted to be top 10. We were just outside of that. So yeah, unfortunately, we picked up a few bad experiences. And that's the way it goes.
On the plus side, when you do get back out there, it is a great track. It is still 4 hours. I know you're putting it laps out, but not all is lost. Or do you feel that actually this might be a bit of a trial practice race now?
Yeah, no, this is lost. The engineers and mechanics have already said it's going to take them an hour to fix the car. So, yeah, we'll get back out. We'll use it as a practice session, some seat times,
Okay, 2 more rounds to go. Bad one.
Yeah, we're hoping more than that can do. Thanks, Claire.
A bit of a defeated Robert Greenwood there, like he says, he's done what he could do, but unfortunately it was out of his hands, the incident down at the hairpin at the end of the straight. We knew that the first lap was going to have some sort of frantic moments. It seems like it unfortunately caught up with them, and well, he says an hour to repair the car. It's a quarter of the race, so as he said, it is already a lost cause effectively, this race. They can still try and obviously get some points out of it. You do still get points for finishing the race, but it depends on how the car behaves once it gets back out onto the circuit itself. Just keeping an eye on the drivers that have been out so far and trying to tick them off my list so we can get an eye on who's going to be getting in the car when they do driver changes a little bit later on. But we look now at the number 8 car, which leads the race. Quite differing fortunes to its sister car, the number 7. Jonathan Thomas was in the second place car when that incident happened, and they too are still in the pit lane. Just looking for car 32 at the moment that had a busy start. That was Alain Boulin. And, Decourtin has lost quite a bit of time in the final sector on that last lap. Alistair Young is the car that's, well, he's the driver in the number 4 car that is on the move at the moment. But 3 drivers, Eric Trouet, Enzo Richer and Alistair Young, all got past the number 66, which started on the front row on that previous lap, making solid progress forward. Is Alistair Young, though. He is really moving. Definitely one to watch here. But the race leader continues to pound away at the front and doing a great job of it too. We've had another track limits warning, by the way, which is for turn 9, and that was car number 30, Nick Adcock. There has also been the message for the team manager of car 31 to report to race control. That'll be about the earlier incident. Not necessarily saying they've done anything wrong, but obviously they have to still discuss the incident and obviously go over the ins and outs of what happened with the team manager, potentially with the driver as well. It's just part of procedure, but it comes up as a race control message for us and all the drivers and teams involved, so they know exactly what's going on and who has been called up there. Just trying to see which of the Porsches is behind the wheel of car 70. And at present, it is Alexandre. Mikhail will get behind the wheel a little bit later. Adrian Chile behind the wheel of car 71 at the moment. And we have the 3 Yvonnes driving car 72. At the moment, it is Jean-Francois. I was just looking at this car as well, actually, the number 73, right up behind the CD Sport car, number 30 of Nick Adcock. They've got company as well just behind them. I believe one of the Kogamo cars, that's the 555, just jumping in. 3 of them slipstreaming one another down towards the first corner. The final sector and going into the first sector of the lap is oh so important, because there's so much slipstreaming to be done down towards turn 16. You have a couple of corners to sort it out at 17 and 18, and then straight back down the start-finish straight once again to another slipstreaming opportunity into turn 1. They've been having a good old scrap with it in that mid-pack at the moment, and we're excited to see how that continues on. Claire has joined me back in the commentary box.
Hello.
You all good?
Yeah, I'm all good, thank you. It's getting quite warm out there. I looked
Yeah.
at the clock a minute ago and I was like, it's only 9:30.
Yeah.
It's only 9:30 in the morning here, local time. But what a beautiful track, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely marvellous.
Tough luck for car number 7. Jonathan Thomas, obviously a very successful driver out there. Slightly out of breath because I just ran from the pit lane, so should have taken a breath before I put my mic on.
Or I should have given you more time.
It's fine, I'll take a really big deep breath now. But yeah, he obviously looked really disheartened, and when I popped in to see if I could have a chat with him, I didn't even bother asking because he very much was, taking a moment to catch his breath a little bit. Looked like a big impact, but he seemed all right. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
And obviously the Graf team were all working around making sure the car was in some sort of shape to go back out. But unfortunately, I think like the car number 31, I think probably going to be in there for a little while. Chris Short, I couldn't find. That's why I spoke to Rob Greenwood. And also, if someone's just unfortunately had an issue out there, you don't want to sometimes go straight to the straight to the one that's obviously going to be quite frustrated with their situation. But Rob was. Yeah, Rob Greenwood and car number 31. Disappointed. They've had such ups and downs, and they are very much using this at CD Sport as an educational year as well. And they're very much aware of that. They had a very young, fast driver alongside them in car number 31 as well, Artur Rojum, who I met earlier actually, very young kid, and they tend to always put a younger kid in alongside them to give them a bit of track time, really.
Yeah.
But what I'm finding most interesting about this track is, and you can kind of tell because everyone's not tiptoeing around, but maybe not taking it as full throttle as you might see sometimes, because no one knows this track.
No.
Even Nicolas Prost, when I spoke to him on the 17, they're teammates. Yes. But the 17
and the 9.
And the 9 are no, Graf and Lamo. My apologies. Very similar liveries.
Yeah.
But they've had a little ding dong there.
Yeah, big send up the inside and a sort of, whoops, sorry, have it back sort of moment for them.
Enzo Richet, who's had his fair share of bad luck out there in car number 17, and Eric Troulet in the car number 9.
In fact, there's a puncture on the front right of the 9 now as a result of that contact.
Well, yeah. Wasn't sure actually who was really at fault there because I couldn't.
No.
2 doesn't make 1 into a corner, maybe.
No, and turn 14 is not really a usual overtaking opportunity. I think it was more down to a late move from 1 and then, well, the other driver obviously not seeing him on the way in. So, unfortunate bit of, it's just basic miscommunication between 2 cars going for the same bit of track, I think. A little bit of a late move down the inside by the 17, but...
Miscommunication.
Yeah.
Drivers don't communicate. They just go full throttle.
I just mean in terms of the body language of the car, not making its intentions
it didn't quite
clear.
feel like they'd realised how close they were. And Enzo Richer, obviously, Ultimate Formula Cup champion at the moment, and has been racing really well this season. Unfortunately, he's had a lot of DNFs from issues with his teammate. Teammates have either crashed the car or not brought the car home. And Enzo often says whenever I go down to the garage, he's like, I know as soon as I see you, it's not good news. And I'm like, ooh, I can't remember. I think it was the third round, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly where it was. And he said, what's the bad news this time? And I saw his car go past. And I went, this is the bad news.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, God, here we go. So hopefully Enzo in 5th at the moment, the faster of the drivers in car number 17. He's the silver driver. Will be okay out there, because last thing he needs is a DNF 40 minutes into the race.
I was just thinking then, the 28 machine that is on screen now, Alim Geshev, just behind Alexandre Lefourcade, he's been flashing his lights at him since he's gotten past over this lap, and he's still doing so. He's got his headlights completely fully ablaze now, and he's, again, making a little look to the inside. Clearly not too happy at the presence of the 777 just in front of him, but I don't necessarily think that the 777's done anything wrong at this stage. It's just he's ended up in front. Maybe just a bit of mind games to try and get into his head or whatever.
Well, they're not. I don't think they're fighting for position. Hang on. Who did you say?
The 28 and the 777 are, 9th and 10th at present. Just got past Eric Trouet, who is apparently now coming out of the pit lane.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was on a different screen for a tiny second there.
I thought for a minute it was the 20 and not the 28.
So
I kept looking further down. I was thinking, why would Christoph Herney, a lap down almost on the other car, be flashing his headlights at them?
What's the timings that we're looking at the moment? Are they faster? Yeah, so 0.2 faster on the previous lap. So they're just basically going, hi, we're faster.
Yeah, he's just...
I've got 0.3 on you.
Alerting him to his presence and letting him know it.
Yeah.
Jimmy Cho at the front of the field, though, still a second a lap quicker than, well, give or take, 0.9 quicker than Erwin Creed on that previous lap, despite that being Erwin's best lap of the race as well.
Yeah, I think Alim Geshev it feels he's being held up a little bit there.
Yeah, another 0.2 on that previous lap. And again, still... That was the best lap for Lefourcade as well. So he's still having to sit behind and see what's what. Just try and get into the slipstream onto the back straight. But the thing is, slipstream, very important around here, especially in that final sector where they've got two long straights almost back to back with one another. But because of how sort of slippery these cars are, they're not the most high downforce intensive machines. They run a low wing. So... They I don't know, they don't gain much from slipstream. But this is our race leader then, the number 8 machine. Still just extending that gap time and time again. He's 11.8 seconds clear at the moment, is Jimmy Cho. Absolutely flying, and continues to extend that time. He did the fastest lap of the race just now as well, a 1:53.050. Soon to become, I'm sure, the first driver to drop below the 1:53s and go into the 1:52s. And as you can see, a wonderful morning here in Spain at Motorland Aragon. As Claire rightly said when she got back into the commentary box, it's the fact that it's this warm and it's this beautiful. It feels like it's around lunchtime, but it's still, even just now, it's not even 10 a.m. at this present moment.
I know, and you had the aircon on like 26. I was like, what are you doing?
Well, I'd turned it off by accident, I think, by leaning on the remote. I did wonder.
And I was like, oh, yeah, so hot.
It was baking hot in here. It crept up on me. The whole thing about the frog in boiling water or whatever it is?
Yeah, I think also because I've been outside running around, you kind of... Yeah, you got used to it. You got acclimatized.
Yeah.
I did not.
I am very nesh, as we say, which means I'm very, very easily cold. But I like to be cold, though. It's a strange paradox.
I run warm, so.
I don't run.
Well, yeah, fair enough. That is fair enough.
There's the 1:54 machine, second place at the moment, still with a handy gap back to the the 999. the Noguchi car. They're not too far ahead of the 71 machine. Just barely even a second, actually, up the road from them now after this many laps. Still hoping to make the most of this opening stint. Obviously one of the best times to get overtakes done and make moves, because that's when the field is at its closest. It's not had time to spread out into the later parts of the day.
Just noticed the car leading the championship at the moment down in 19th, car number 20, Christophe Ernie. He also has been racing in the Ultimate Formula Cup over the last couple of races as well. I've just suddenly recognised his name. I need to work out, because he's not leading the championship. It's Romain Carton and Matthias Besch. So I don't know if he is a newbie for this weekend, or I'm going to have a look. You continue talking.
Well, it's amazing when drivers do double duties over a weekend as well, and especially in different cars. It's very often the case back in the UK, where we have a lot of UK club racing. Oh, you've got an answer?
No, I haven't got an answer. Enzo Richer, we were talking about him earlier, he does double. So he does not only this 4-hour race, he then goes on to do the GT Endurance as well.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
And like say, developing from one car to the next, sure, you're at the same circuit, but the muscle memory of different braking zones and turn-in points will all be very different. It's incredible when drivers do that. It's often something in, like I was going to say, in UK club racing, where drivers have double duties over a weekend, but it's often that the car they've brought with them for the weekend fits into a class in 2 different championships. So it's the same car on the same track, just in different races. So it's intriguing to see that here they do that in 2 different cars. Car number 17, 5th place, soon to be 4th place, down the inside of Adrian Chila to make the move at turn 16. Adrian Chila tries to get it tucked back in on the exit, and now will be right behind as they head onto the start-finish straight. Side by side down towards turn 1 they go. And the 17, Enzo Richer moving over and over to the left, saying, go on then, I dare you. Down the inside goes Chila, loses the back end around turn 1. It's gone on him. He's luckily gone straight over the circuit and off to the exit, but Enzo Richer says no thank you.
Great driving.
Sticks to his guns, and yeah,
really brave from Enzo there as well, because it was very much last of the late breakers into turn 1, and actually that is a corner that's not very easy. I was speaking to James Winslow earlier, who said it's a bit like La Source at Spa. It's that same sort of feel, he said, as you go into turn 1. So very brave from Enzo on the brakes there.
And great stuff to keep it on the circuit as well. Really tucked Adrian Chila to that inside line, and unfortunately the title line was too much for the 71 machine. He's lost the place, but we'll keep an eye on whether he's lost an additional place to Alistair Young in car number 4. There is the 73. So it seems like the ANS cars aren't really too friendly with turn 1 at the moment. 2 of them spinning there within the same lap. We are now officially half an hour into this race, and 73 has managed to get back going again. That's Frederic Crouet behind the wheel of that one. Another bit of light flashing going on here from car number 4. That is Alistair Young, but the car in front of him is Eric Crouet, who is a lap down at the moment. So I just realised it's Crouet and Crouet. I've just nearly confused myself there.
I think it is Christophe Ernie's first race with the team. Can't find him on the...
He's not in the standings,
in the standings, no. There's a couple of others for car number 20, but not Christophe Ernie. So starting the race in his first, what we think is his first attempt in the car.
Yeah, it's a good way of going about it though with the standings like that. A driver can't just jump into a team halfway through a season and go, yay, we won the championship, and get carried by others' performances before that.
Yeah, well, famously in the Endurance GT, the Vision team, 2 of them are champions, but David Hallyday, who didn't do all the races, wasn't able to call himself champion.
Even though
they'd pretty much taken the entire every single one except one, I think, last year. And Hallyday could not say he was champion because he missed out a round.
So he loses the valuable points as a result. This comes back to the point I was making earlier about the fact that the 2 drivers at the top of the Drivers' Championship at the moment are both from car number 20, but because Romain Carton did an additional stint compared to Matthias Besch at Portimao, he got 3/4 of a point while Matthias Besch got none, and that is the difference in the Drivers' Championship at the top right now. So it's good how it works out like that, so it doesn't, you know, punish drivers that have done everything throughout the season by giving them less points to those with well, less because of less effort, simply. 66 was just on our screen for a moment there, with the 28 not too far behind. Alim Geshev has now got ahead of Arlan Boulin. So 28 moving ahead of 32. And still we have the number 9 making progress on our screens here, with number 4 just behind. Again, those two on different laps. Alistair Young, fastest driver on the circuit, or he was until, wow, Jimmy Cho setting a fastest lap of the race, a 1:52.571. And he is continuing to crack on with this awesome pace at the sharp end of the order. But 52.5 is a
bit of body work
savagely...
there.
Oh,
Coming off either, well, it could have just gone over. I only saw it fly up in the air, so I wonder if it's debris on the track from earlier issues, or there was a bit of something flying off a car.
we'll keep our eye out and see next time they head round. We've got still this 4 and 9 fighting together. Eric Trouet making progress. He's passed Jean-Francois Yvon on that last lap, who did a 2-minute lap time.
Car 27 taking a little, cutting the lawn there a little bit.
There's not much lawn to cut round here as well either. So he's managed to find just about one of the only bits of grass here at Aragon, and is going slowly as a result.
Yeah, Maxime Maurice down in 24th at the moment, and unfortunately losing it in the 3rd sector.
And it seems...
And he's been done as well. Reported for track limits at turn 5. Well, yes, that's fair. He did. All 4 wheels were off the track.
Yeah.
They are right.
Well, that's the worst bit, is that was turn 15 as well, so that was even earlier in the lap that he went off at turn 5 as well.
In the 3rd sector where he went off there.
Not a good lap this time round. I wouldn't be surprised if that car maybe comes into the pits, because it seemed like he was struggling as he got going again, maybe just trying to get rid of something off the tyres. I think on one of the cameras I've just seen the 99 Valentin Simonet lose out to Enzo Richer. I think Richer has just moved up into 3rd place. We'll confirm that as soon as we know, but I think, well, they'll be crossing the line any moment now.
So the timer screen's going to tell us in a few moments' time.
But
it makes sense, because Enzo Richer is the silver driver compared to Simonet, who is a bronze driver in car number 99. Drive-through penalty, overtook out of track limits. That's car number 33. No. William
Cavet, I think.
Chris always says it really well. I think it's
of course he does.
Cavalier. Let's go for that. William Cavalier. Sorry, William.
Cavalier.
You've got a drive-through penalty anyway, so apologies.
Dearie me.
It's not a good day.
That is on the 17th lap of the race as well.
So drive-through penalty, overtook out of track limits. I don't think I've ever seen that penalty before. Overtook out of track limits. So I'm guessing overtook off the track.
Yeah.
It's just a weird way to phrase it, isn't it?
But it's also weird for it to be, you know, a first strike sort of penalty, rather than just giving the back. Yeah, give it back, or add 5 seconds onto a pit stop, for example. You know, it's straight in with a drive-through, which is going to cost them a good 20 to 30 seconds usually.
Yeah.
So it's quite brutal, that. But at the end of the day, they're the ones making the rules, not us, and they have to adhere to that now. To the team of the number 33. They can
appeal it, but
very true. Yeah.
Chances are, usually with that sort of thing, it's pretty clear cut, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. I think it's it's gonna rattle their part of this race anyway. I mean, he's already in now actually as well. I was going to say he's not going to sort of wait for them to appeal it and say, no, we'll stay where we are. Right then. So already back out of the pit lane. We'll see how much that added on to their lap when they next come round. Another low 1:53 from Jimmy Cho. And that car is just continuing to rattle off up the road. He was 11 seconds ahead a few laps ago, and now it's 19 seconds. Incredible stuff.
These are all getting infringements coming in now for track limits. Car number 21 also being given a slap on the wrist. Down in 21, Daniel Basora. They've got their first infringement. You get basically a couple of infringements, and then you get a penalty. So, and it doesn't reset every lap or anything like that. Once you get your first infringement, that's it for the race. So you then have to be incredibly careful to make sure you don't get a second infringement, and then I think it's the third infringement, isn't it? And then you get a penalty.
Yes, yeah,
Three strikes and you're out.
Usually the case. And the thing is as well, is with this sort of racing, there's a bit of additional pressure because it's not just your own race that you're affecting with things like that. You have to think about the whole team, the whole squad that's behind you with doing that, and the drivers, they behave differently sometimes. If you've ever seen a driver in like a sprint championship on their own where it's just them in the car and nobody else, and then you see, of course, somebody else performing with them in an endurance race, their approach can be quite different. As Claire has just rightly pointed out to me that there we go, the 27 is well, they were having issues a lap or so ago, so maybe this is part of it. Seemed like it wasn't behaving itself. I wonder if they went off track limits because something had broken.
Maybe.
And that's why they ended
Max
up off.
Maurice, as we saw, had an issue in the third sector, turn 15, I think it was, and went across the grass and then came off it very, very slowly. And as you say, there must have been some sort of issue because they've now put the car into the garage.
Not good. Not good at all. And, I mean, it's been known as a circuit that's quite attritional, this place here at Aragon.
Attritional, that's a good word.
Yeah, I love the word attritional.
5-second time penalty for Nick Adcock. Third infringement reported at turn 9. And that is difficult for Nick Adcock because he started in the top 10, didn't he, on the grid, and at the moment down in 15th. And he's had a bit of a tough race so far. Has Nick Adcock down in 15th, car number 30. They started 15th on the grid, so actually not that great. Sorry.
not a huge amount of progress.
For some reason, I thought he was a little bit further forward. But he had a great race last time out, second overall, and they were incredibly happy with that, alongside Michael Stevens as well, both South Africans. And Nick Adcock loves bringing drivers over from South Africa because he really likes this. Here he is then, Nick Adcock, getting his 5-second time penalty. And that will be disappointing for him in car number 30. 30, sorry. Suddenly looked at 31. That car is out.
It is.
At the moment. But CD Sport, they've been really impressive, CD Sport. Very much the underdogs coming in. But it's been great to see car number 32 as well with CD Sport, who is they're running 8th at the moment, with Augustin Bernier, who is a really impressive driver, and we've seen some really impressive qualifying laps from him as well. Very young driver, but definitely one to be watching out for in the future. Yeah,
for sure. So we have the number 4 in the pit lane.
Down in 20th at the moment. And this is where it all starts getting a bit... You've got to do some maths soon, Chaz. You ready?
Oh, no. My last weekend...
Endurance racing Chaz.
Yeah, last weekend my maths let me down with championship points that I had in front of me.
That's
I was calling drivers that had moved up to second in the championship after this race, and they were 4th.
Sometimes it's difficult, though, because after the race, they might get infringements as well. I'm always so terrified of being like, this person has won the championship, because I'm like, provisional.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, quite funnily, actually, you mentioned that it's infringements afterwards, that there were 3 points taken away from one driver after a race meeting 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I didn't think to recheck it, did I, before I continued on with my lovely spreadsheet.
Wow.
And there we are. The number 4 that was in the pit lane, by the way, Alistair Young, was quite frequently the fastest driver on the track in that opening stint. I believe a relation to Alex Young, who is an ex-Formula 1 driver, the Malaysian driver. So I wonder if Alistair is channeling some of his either father or uncle's pace, I hate to assume. But still, he's been absolutely flying, and I can tell you that is factual in the first stint so far. First pit stop is going to have been completed for them. Other drivers and teams that have done their first stops, well, the 9 has been in, and the 27, as we saw, has been in, but obviously they've got a little bit more to do than the standard pit stop so far.
Interesting, because 27 on the timing screen has said that there is they've had one of their mandatory pit stops, which usually, if you're coming in for damage or something, doesn't usually click it off as a mandatory. But maybe they think it's going to be a mandatory because they're in there now.
Yeah, true.
Because if you look at Chris Short and Jonathan Thomas, they haven't had their mandatory.
Yeah,
So
yeah, very true.
It's interesting. I don't remember them coming in.
No, the only time we've seen them in has been when they had that problem and they just wheeled it into the garage. So
yeah, exactly.
very strange.
5-second time penalty again for a fourth infringement for Nick Adcock for car number 30 is CD Motorsport. I don't know if someone's got a little hot-headed under the helmet there, and but a fourth infringement, not good. That's a 10-second time penalty now for car number 30, and they're running 14th at the moment. And they are currently, well, yeah, trying to look at how much time they'll lose. But it's not a huge amount in terms of where they are in the
No, I think
track.
If they lost about 20 seconds, they dropped to 20th place because there's quite a gap between Cavale and Basora. 33 and 21, so they'll probably slot into that gap there. We can see it on our track map, actually. There's quite a big bit of breathing room between the two down in towards that third sector. So we'll keep an eye on where they end up. He's not coming to the pits this time round. We've had another infringement for
That wasn't great on this track limits as well.
No.
Did you see that? I wasn't sure if that was all four off, actually. So I think he's obviously, maybe he's got a steering issue. These cars can get knocked out very easily and suddenly they become very hard to steer. It'll be interesting to see how Nick does for the next couple of laps, but he is again another very experienced driver. This is Alan once again with his headlights still on. Do you think he's just got them turned on now?
I think so. Yeah, I think he's just kept them. He's thinking, you know what, it's bright enough out there. I mean, it's a bright enough livery as well, but that's then again, the car he's chasing is probably the brightest car in the field as well.
Yeah.
The number 66 machine started on pole position. Battle going on there as well. Chila around the outside of Simone. Doesn't make it work at turn 16, but he's back down the inside for 17, and they nearly make contact as they go through the right-hand kink. Around the final corner, and Chila has done it. Simone slots in behind down the start-finish straight. But yeah, he's just got them fully ablaze now. I think last time I was here with the series, I noticed that some of them seem to have the lower lights on because they've got two headlight clusters in these cars. A lot of them tend to have the lower ones on, but some drivers tend to put the higher ones on, and I'm not quite sure what the difference is because they're both about as bright as each other.
Questions to ask drivers.
Yeah.
It's usually my question to ask James Winslow, who actually does a lot of training with a lot of these drivers as well. So he has his own car, which he shares obviously with Adam Geshev, car number 28, which has moved up to 7th now, and he gives them all advice as well. So he's a very talented driver, is James Winslow, and he's always someone good to talk to about. That's again, I think that was once again Nick Adcock taking that corner.
No, that was Pierre de Decatin, the number 66 machine. That one. I think that as long as they keep the left-hand wheels on the white line or just inside, I think they're okay. But this is one of those circuits that, I mean, we can see it even on that part of the track there with that additional hairpin. It's a very inviting circuit for track limits because most of it has got, oh, you're going to tell me he's got another one.
Well, it's confusing now because it says car number 17, which is not Nick Adcock.
Oh.
Has got a 5-second time penalty. 17, I believe, is Enzo Richer. Yeah, in 3rd place at the moment.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, Richer. So, car number 17, 5-second time penalty, reported turn 5, 3rd infringement, driver Enzo Richer. So that's the correction. Because I was like, they've got so used to putting Adcock in it.
Yeah, they're so used to, oh, not him again. Even I've just written down 30 on
Enzo
my notes
Richer,
instead of 17.
Just got past the 154 of Erwin Creed to get to 2nd place.
Wow.
So
he's done it by going off track.
No, I don't want to say that. I like Enzo, he's a nice guy. But yes, he has now got up to 2nd place and picked up a 5-second time penalty. Car number 66 then getting frustrated behind Valentin Simone once again in the car number 99, getting flashed and asked to move over. It's funny. I always think, what would you move when when you're driving in a motorway and someone literally starts flashing behind you?
Yeah.
It's the one thing that I would think, no.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes me want to move less.
I'm going to go the speed limit.
Well, I always think to myself, you're showing me your headlights, I'll show you my brake lights. Look at these. Have a look at that.
You're a very good driver, actually.
Thank you.
Some might say a bit slow.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't want to get told
Whoa.
off. Bit of
barge going on there.
Yeah, a bit of lap traffic for them to deal with there. I think that is the 21 of Daniel Basora, a bit further down the order, potentially. Chaz is just hoping he's right. I think it is, looking at the spotter's guide.
Yes,
but
it is.
they have just had to navigate that. But look, these two now closely behind the number 99 of Valentin Simone. So it's become a bit of a trio now. The 28 of Alim Geshev has gotten ahead of De Courtin, and on the same lap he says, right, I want to get ahead of Simone as well. He's going to get into the slipstream down the back straight. Like I say, slipstreaming here very important, as you heard yourself earlier on, Claire. But I think with how slippy these cars are, it's not the most dependent.
I believe we're just seeing Jonathan Thomas's graph team again, still working on the car after car number 7, I believe, after the issues. Yeah, car number 7. Look at that. Oh,
look at that. Perfect timing.
Car number 7, obviously putting the number back on, so that's always a good thing. But because that was the side of the damage, that left side of the car, because he put it into the barriers in the first lap. So hopefully that means that car number 7 will be going back out and significantly behind. Unfortunately, they are going to probably use this as a car triple. No, that's a wrong car. Don't look at that. That's a completely different championship.
They put weird bodywork on that one.
Yeah, I was like, that car's a new number. We have, just to let you into what we can see, we've got other cameras that we can see, so we can always look up and see if a car's gone off on a part of a track that we can't see. And sometimes the camera people that are in the pit lane show us a car, and that car was one that isn't part of this championship. So it threw me off very briefly. Triple four, who's that?
Yeah, I don't know if the Audi R8 GT4 would do too well against these Nova Protos, to be fair. Good race car as the Audi R8, but not quite as potent as these machines. But yeah, these Nova Protos, absolute joys to look at. Very spicy little shape. And certainly a great noise as well when the cars were making their way around to the grid. I did have the commentary box door still open.
Yeah.
Oh, the backfire sounds, the overrun, it's all wonderful.
One of the best bits for me is when the race starts and I'm always standing in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Just come off the grid and you just hear them thunder by and you're just like, wow, this is why we do it, isn't it? It's why we do it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And circuits like this as well. And I was explaining to the people at home our drive here this morning as well with the sunrise. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
5-second time penalty, car number 25.
Is it driven by Nick Adcock?
No. No, he's down in 22nd at the moment. It's Frederick. Did I say car number 25? Yeah, Frederick Lecour. Down in 22nd.
Oh, dearie me.
Which is confusing because it says 5-second time penalty for car number 25, which is Frederick Lecour. But it says Claverdashire, who isn't in it at the moment. So it's very confusing.
That is I think the stewards are just pulling names out. Although I had Claverdashire in it earlier, so I wonder.
Could have had the infringement, but no, because it came at 10th.
I wonder if they just hadn't noted the driver change yet, because he was in it earlier. So he's obviously been in, handed the car over, and then well, Frederick's gone out there and gone, you know what, track limits, what? Like I say though, this is one of those circuits that's very inviting. I mean, look at all the red runoff and everything there. You know, there's no concern of dipping a wheel into the gravel and overdoing it anywhere here. They really do get invited. Even there, look, through the left-hander down at turn 9.
Yeah, you give a driver an inch, they'll run a mile.
Yeah, they will. I mean, they're all running really deep there. You're absolutely right. At turn 10, just skating along that white line before they get on to this small run down to turn 12, which looks like a very tight corner on the track map, but these cars handle it with relative ease. And then I really like turn 13 into 14 here, just because of this amazing backdrop that we get with that incredible stone wall. It's unfortunately, I mean, there's a lot of wonderful old buildings around here that we certainly enjoyed yesterday on our drive up, but that unfortunately isn't one of them. It looks like it could be the base of some huge historical building, but it's just a wall. It's a simple wall. As right now, Valentin Simone was hoping he was more of a wall. Car 28 going through down the start-finish straight. No, sorry, the back straight, that one is. And Geshev, late on the brakes, sticks to the inside and gets the job done. Nicely done by Alim Geshev. Great pace from him in this opening stint of the race. Just having a look back actually to see where that car started on the grid, because he wasn't too far back, but he still made some really, really good progress. Where was the 28? He was 10th on the grid, 9th on the grid on this wonderful Spanish morning. But he's now made his way up into 5th position. So, as our beloved Murray Walker once said, nearer the front of the field are the tougher nuts to crack. As right now, it is still a trio, and to be fair, De Courtin is not disappearing. He's very much in the mix, wanting to be a part of this fight, and he's going to hope that the slipstream can keep him in touch.
Be interested to see how this all starts to shake out, because like I said, they don't, even though they're going full throttle out there and lots of people are, you know, driving hard, it doesn't feel like they're massively that comfortable, and often these drivers that start the race are often the slower driver, apart from Enzo Richer, who likes to start the race, who's the silver driver. But if you look up and down, most of them are bronze drivers at the moment, because the bronze driver, just apart from Jimmy Cho as well, mostly they like to put the bronze driver in, and actually it'll be really interesting to see when the silver drivers get involved out there, the lap times and how much they're pushing and how much this track can really come alive as well.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always exciting to see that variation in pace in drivers as well, because there could be cars further down the order that we hadn't considered that all of a sudden go flying up through the order and set the time in sheets purple, set them alight as, oh, we've had another 5-second penalty come up.
Car number 33 running down in 18th at the moment.
Deary me, they're loving it, aren't they, at the moment?
It's too easy, I would assume, to not take the freedom of that little bit of a track that you want to take to, you know, they try and eke out every single inch of this track.
And like you say, if it's not one they know as well, you know, they're trying to get used to where the limits are. They're finding the limits quite literally.
You do find a lot of track limits issues with these sorts of cars, though. We do get a lot of track limit infringements throughout race weekends, for various reasons. 5-second time penalty. Told you. Lacasse, car number 22. You see it quite a lot with them. Running at the moment, Hugo Lacasse down in 10th, and he will have a 5-second time penalty. Enzo Richer is on a very quick lap out there. He's got a bit of clear air. Does not car number 17 go around turn 15 at the moment, and he does. You can see the gap in between of car number 33. It's a bit in front. He's got some clear air, so he sets the fastest first sector, and he's a bit down in the second sector, a 10th off Jimmy Cho's second sector, and then he'll come around the final few corners in a moment. We'll see what his lap time is, but
well, funnily enough, sorry to jump in, but he's on this lap done an identical purple first sector with Hugo Lacasse as well. They've both done a 28.648, which is tied for.
You don't often see that, do you? Two purple sectors, yeah.
Incredible. And again, personal best lap for them in this race, a 1:52.579. He was still 2/10 slower than Jimmy Cho on that last lap, despite that 4/10 advantage in the first sector. Wow. So not quite. He's obviously very good in that particular sector, but hasn't completely tied the lap together. Just off screen, we can see a view of the 31 machine up on the jacks being worked on at the moment, and that machine is certainly not going back out anytime soon, the CD Sport car. But as we've mentioned, there is potential that they could get it further out into the race and at least just pick up a few points for finishing and try and get round. At least gain something from this weekend in terms of their results, because as I'm sure we've both seen millions of times, Claire, the results sheets don't always tell the full story of a race, do they?
No.
It's never the way.
So we would not watch any racing and just look at a piece of paper.
That's very true, yeah. It would not be anywhere near as entertaining, but some people would do it. It's
always difficult, isn't it, when especially if you miss a race or something like that, and then and you come back and you look at what the results are and you think, oh, well, that seemed like a good race for
Yeah,
them.
like, how did that happen?
And then you speak to the driver and they're like, we had a terrible time. We crashed out 3 times. And you're like, oh, well, you finished 4th. Well, it should have been 2nd.
Yeah, oh, it's never
we were on
enough.
for a win.
Yeah, oh, they are absolute perfectionists. As down the inside goes the number 8 machine, race leader at the moment, just putting a lap on car number 70, I believe that was. That is Alexandre Bochez. Personal best final sector on that last lap. But obviously not enough still to hold back the incredible pace of our current race leader, who has just been on fire this whole first stint. I'm intrigued to see what the pace is like when they change drivers in that number 8 car. We've got Kybers and Cunor ready to go in that car later on.
5-second time penalty, car number 21 for
Another one.
Basura.
And I'm writing all these down just to remember who's had how many
Daniel
later
Basura.
on. So
Good to know.
it's a long list already, to be honest with you. But
Running down in 20th at the moment is car number 21, Daniel Basura, but 5-second time penalty reported this time at turn 7.
turn 7's quite an interesting place to do that. I wonder
Yeah.
if they've cut that on the inside rather than on the exit.
Mostly it seems to be turn 5 a lot of people are taking a little freebie from.
Yeah, I think that is on the exit as it curves round to
Yeah.
turn 6. They're sort of
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
lining it a little bit.
Yeah.
Very intriguing. But yeah, turn 7, that's a strange one. I mean, it could have even been on the way in because they run it very wide on the way in, they run it very wide on the way out. Like you say,
Yeah.
they're using every millimetre of this track, aren't they?
Well, if you see, I was going to follow car number 8 going into turn 16, 17 then, but instead we will look at 73, who is going into turn 16 actually, so that's a good place to show. But you can see there you can't take so much of the track there. But hopefully if we kind of see up to towards turn 5, which car number 20, the championship leaders are running through at the moment. No, sorry, that turn 1, 555, sorry.
We've got the 73 just coming into the pits now, actually.
Yeah.
They've just
Driver
made their way in.
change.
That's the 66
I
that we
couldn't
can
work
see
out
on
which
our
number
camera.
that
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
See, I was trying desperately to have a look, so we've got another car in at the moment.
Enzo Riche is engaged party mode in his car by the look of it. The strobe lights are in full effect. The connections... It's quite funny, actually. The
the front left looked like he had damage on the lights.
Yeah, I wonder if it's either a rubber mark or something, but he really is in party mode, isn't he? It's like when he's at speed, it's almost as if the connection for the lights has been pulled back slightly, but when he goes on the brakes, it leans forward and yeah, it's like it plugs itself back in. It's quite funny if we stay with him as he goes onto the back straight. You can see, look, as he gets there, it
I don't
flickers.
know if it's the lights though. It's just the camera. Like if you try and take a picture of a screen.
No, because they're all steady otherwise.
Yeah,
these.
I know, odd. Very odd. Anyway, turning into turn 8, turn 9, coming up to the tricky turn 10 left-hander, which is where you can see there he doesn't take quite as much track limits. He has got the 5-second time penalty and realised can't take it quite as hard anymore.
And we have now completed the first hour of this race, and with Jimmy Cho leading the way in car number 8, we're going to run to some ads for a few minutes' time, and we'll be back with you very soon.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome to the next segment here of the Ultimate Cup European Series and the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Chaz Draycott and Claire Cottingham on English commentary duties this weekend at Motorland Aragon. We have 2 hours and 55 minutes left of this race out of this 4-hour encounter. And it was the number 8 machine leading the way until their pit stop just a moment ago with Jimmy Cho at the wheel. Enzo Riche has continued on in the lead, and now Alim Geshev actually with additional pit stops for some of the race leading cars. The number 8 machine just on screen there in the pits at present, getting ready to go. And the lights flashed signifying that they are on the pit lane speed limiter, and they'll be counting down the time before they get moving. But we've got a number of cars in the pit lane at the moment. The number 8, 72, 17, the 154 is also in there as well. Car number 9 also in the pits, as out goes the number 8 Graf car. We'll see soon on the timing screen whether they have done a driver change or not. Unfortunately, that most of that pit stop took place while we were during our ad break. But we've got Loris Kuipers and Alexander Cournot that could be driving the car very soon. And we'll have to see whether they've jumped in at this point. But a great first stint by Jimmy Cho to open up their race lead. They were over 20 seconds clear, even with Enzo Riche starting to reel them in. 20 seconds clear after the first hour. And a lot of the teams tend to do their pit stop on the hour or just after it to make sure that obviously they are sort of matching their stints to each hour of the race, so they can just evenly spread it between the drivers. 3 drivers in most of the teams, some teams with just 2, obviously doing 2 hours apiece in this race. They have minimum and maximum drive times that they need to adhere to, as is the case in a lot of endurance racing. You can't just have a ridiculously fast driver and put them in for most of the race and then put the other slower driver in for just 10 minutes. There has to be a fair share allocation. But we watch the number 8 machine making its way around turns 14 and 15 onto the back straight now. An absolute age-long back straight down towards the hairpin at the bottom of the track at turn 16. A great opportunity for overtakes, as we've seen in the first hour of the race here today. You can see just behind them on track as well, car 71, which is Adrian Chile. We'll see whether it's him that's stayed in this car at this point as well. Car number 9 is in the pit lane. And car 17 making its way back out there. Now that will be now driven by Karel Frisch. So it seems like the driver changes are actually being noted on pit exit when it picks up the transponder change, Claire. So
it's the driver. They have to change their in the car.
Yes.
They change their driver ID, and then
okay.
If they change it in time, so if they do it as they leave the pit lane, the driver ID will update. I can hear myself in a weird way. Sorry, we played around with some things since And now everything sounds like a... There we go. That sounded like it was a bit of an alien.
Yeah, there's we've been playing with a new audio mixer here this morning, trying to figure out a bunch of the controls. And yeah, as ever, it's always good fun.
Yeah. It's weird because now I can't hear myself. So I'm trying to work out...
Oh.
Oh, hang on, it's because I've turned down my program. There we go.
There we go. There
Sorry.
she is.
Yeah, I sounded a bit like a very niche reference. I sounded like a Dalek for a second. So I was trying to work out why I couldn't hear it. And then,
Anyway, audio is a minefield.
Endurance racing, you get to see behind the scenes and everything.
and we're very open and honest in these broadcasts here. We always tell
yeah.
everybody exactly how it's going. Full disclosure is always the best way. At the end of the day, we're here for not just information, but entertainment as well, and hope that you're all having a good morning with us.
Literally only here for entertainment. You do the information, I don't
have a lot of it. But even still, this is the number 17 car that now leads the race by the look of it, because the number 8 is behind them on track. So car 17 of Karel Frisch is currently out there in front of Loris Kybers. So it has now changed over. Loris behind the wheel of that machine. Adrian Chila has continued on in the number 71. On track at the moment, anyway, it was the 28 leading the way, but they've come into the pit lane now. So too, here's the 32, the 777, 51.
Ooh, busy pit lane.
And the 20, and yeah, we just caught a shot of it there on our camera that it is getting packed. But we continue to watch the 17 on our main feed here. It's very often the case that when we get spoilt with multiple camera angles, I always forget that the people at home can only see one of these things. It's easily done.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it earlier, because yeah, you're like, look how much I've got to look at.
Like, oh, look at that. And
yeah.
it's like, no one can see what you're on about. It just makes me sound like I'm seeing things. But the number 17 is leading the way, with headlights working or not. They don't really care.
Disco mode.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask Enzo about that.
Yeah, see if they've got a particular button. Then maybe they can change the colour of the lights as well, just to wind people up. But there you go. Look, they're flickering away now as he heads towards turn 12. Yeah, and then as soon as he gets on the brakes, it's fine. It's going to be quite the source of entertainment over the course of the race. Car 22 has a 5-second penalty for track limits on their 35th lap of the race. So it's 5 seconds. Track limits. Car 22. Did they not get one? Yes, they got one just 7 laps ago as well. And there is car 22. Quite the barren livery. Just the all black, and I think it's just all pure carbon on the DB Autosport car. Hugo Lacasse and David Moncler driving that machine. They've got the 71 of Adrian Chila just ahead of them. Now, in terms of our race leading cars, just going to keep an eye on what the gap is. We've got car number 8 has just gone out of shot there, Loris Kybers, and is now just behind the 17 on track. It looks actually like they are reeling in Karel Frisch. The cars at the very front of the order are still a few laps ahead. You can see that they lose a good 2 laps in a pit stop here. Very, very long pit stop for the teams. That's why half of the timing tower on your left-hand side of the screen shows that drivers are 4 minutes down or so, because it's not that they've necessarily completed an extra lap. It's just that because they're in the pits, they're sat there, and obviously the timer is ticking away from them. But the number 8 is definitely catching the 17 on the previous lap. He was actually 3.6 seconds quicker, was Loris Kybers. Loris, a silver driver. Karel Frisch, a bronze driver. Means that usually they're quicker on paper, but we've seen some good crossovers between the two before. Even flashing the lights there was Loris Kybers, saying, go on, sort of get out of the way. The 51 machine ready to leave the pit lane there. That's got Jacques Wolf behind the wheel. That was an accidental accent there that I just did. But Jacques Wolf now heading down the pit lane to continue on in the race. But look, the 17 and 8 right with each other now on the circuit, and Loris Kybers again flashing the lights ever so gently, moves over to the left hand side as they go up through the gears, and he's going to be ahead before they get into turn 16. And I think a little bit of big picture thinking there by Karel Fritzsch. Just thinking that he's not going to bother fighting all the way through. He's not going to put up too much of a fight and get himself into a situation. But the number 8 car has definitely been the star of the show so far here at Motorland Aragon in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. And we'll see whether they can keep this form running throughout the entire 4-hour race. Obviously, 3 different drivers will take to the wheel. There's penalties and infringements and all sorts still that could affect them. But they've had a solid start to this race here as car number 8. Just going to have a quick check in terms of their championship progression before now as well, because if I remember rightly, they were quite high up in the standings before coming here, and I did not remember rightly because they're not. They are, after having a miserable 3 DNFs so far this season, they are, well, Jimmy Cho is 51st in the Drivers' Championship, and Alexander Cunard is 53rd, with Loris Kybird 57th. So, yeah, not an ideal season for them so far. But, you know, with how the point system works, this could still catapult them into contention with a victory here, because there's so many other cars in this field that they're going to be surpassing, that they will be right in the mix. There's the 71 machine. Adrian Chila is now in 2nd place. And it looks like, has Karel Fritzsch been in again? No, it's just that Karel Fritzsch has, yeah, potentially. I'm arguing with myself here. Karel Fritzsch has had a half a minute longer than everybody else Sector 1 on that last lap. It's so much so that it shows that he's actually exiting the pit lane. So I think that, yeah, he's not had an additional pit stop or anything. Karel Fritzsch was, yeah, a long way out in the first sector, so maybe a spin or something there. That is a big, big shame, because Karel had all opportunity to capitalise on Enzo Richet's fantastic first stint.
He's not down in the 2nd sector, it's just the 1st sector he's 20 seconds off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, must have had an issue out there in that, coming out the pit lane in that 1st sector, because he's got through the second and third, albeit a bit slow, but fine.
No, what I was saying is, though, he wasn't even in the pit lane to begin with. He was fighting with the number 8 on track.
What's
so
the pit out, though?
No, I was wondering whether he's triggered it by going over the pit exit while recovering or something.
No,
because
it's pit entry. You'd have to go through the pit entry to get the pit exit, I would assume.
Yeah.
Did he have a drive-through penalty?
Don't remember. Yes, it's just gone off the screen, actually. Although, no, they would have just had... Oh, I don't know. We've had a penalty just go off the top of our screen.
Was it a drive-through?
So we'll have to see if we can find out. That would have been the case then. Must have missed that one. There was a lot of track limits penalties still coming in. We've had another one for car 28, actually, since the last infringement of car 22. Plenty going on then in this race here today at Aragon. And there's been another track limits reported for car 25 as well. So the track limits warnings and infringements continue to come in. And we've had another infringement for Herney now as well. Christoph in the championship leading car, still down in 19th place. I'm sure that, without sounding too disrespectful, the team will be excited to see what sort of recovery can be done by the other drivers later on in the race. But as Claire mentioned earlier on, it's often the case that they put the slower on paper driver out in the car first, and then they sort of recuperate from there and get the other faster on paper drivers to crack on and complete their stints later on in the race. And right now, we've got the 66 fighting with, oh, hello, down the inside there. I thought that was the 99 for a moment. I saw the flashes of green, but it is definitely not the 99 car. It's not the Noguchi machine. I think it might have been one of the 23 events racing cars that he was maybe putting a lap on there, because the pace was clearly very different. And it looked like there wasn't much of a fight.
Who are you talking
being
about,
put up there.
66?
Yeah, 66 just...
Got round 25.
Ah, it was the 25 for position, was it? Okay. Couldn't quite figure out if... because the 25...
It's not position. Car 25 is down in...
Yeah, they're... no, 25 is ahead of them on the track.
Yeah.
I thought that they just overtook them, sorry.
Well, that's what they had on the timing screen. Anyway, all over now.
Yeah, and now the 66 right behind the 20 now. They're definitely down the order. I was just talking about Christoph Herney, who is not having the
Down
first
in
stint he
19th.
would have wanted. But still, at the end of the day, first race in this car from what we know. So he's trying to push on. We've had a drive-through for car 22. Constant abuse of track limits. Wow.
The race controller getting really grumpy now. Constant abuse of track limits.
Wow.
Lacasse. Lacasse down in... where is Lacasse? Is actually running third at the moment. Car number 22. The bronze driver, Hugo Lacasse, is getting a big slap on the wrist there for a drive-through penalty, which is going to tumble them out of the order from running third at the moment and drop them probably out of the top 10. See if I can do it. Well, how long is the drive-through penalty? To 30 seconds? What is it?
Yeah, I reckon it's between 20 and 30 seconds.
To get through.
I've realised my confusion with the 25 car, by the way. Earlier in the season, it was blue and gold. It's now blue and green. I was going to say, I definitely saw green. Either that or I need to get my eyes checked, and I'm colourblind like my brother. But... yeah, I was really confused to see some green highlights on the car, but it was gold earlier on in the championship campaign, and as a result still is on the spotter's guide. So it really confused me for a minute there. That's the number 21 car, fittingly in 21st position, Quentin Bassoro. And Claire is off. Goodbye, Claire. She's off.
I'm going to go back down to the pit lane. My apologies.
Claire's going to go and get a tan. And, well, I imagine melt to death in the black T-shirt and jeans. It's very, very warm out there, and we can tell from here. I mean, it feels like there's a bit of heat coming through the door already as it is. But still, not even that late on in the day here in Spain. It is only 11:45 at the moment, but fantastic conditions in this part of the world. And the race continues on. Car 33 on your screens right now. Currently running down in 23rd place, Christian Jorgensen behind the wheel. Did a personal best on that previous lap, though, so still improving on their own pace as time goes on. Again, another driver and team that probably doesn't know this track as well as a number of others. Claire has just made all manner of noises, stepping outside of the commentary box into the heat. But the race will continue on here at Aragon. The field nice and spread out now after the opening batch of pit stops and driver changes and all sorts. And we see on screen now car 51 behind the 555. This is for position. It's Philip Tirion and Oscar Bitter. I think Oscar, is he the Croatian driver? I've got the entry list on my desk somewhere. There's 1,000,001 documents in front of me, though, to try and pick out from, so apologies. Oscar Bitter is not Croatian. Does look like the flag of the Netherlands, though, does Oscar Bitters, but it has a small crest in the middle that I do not recognise, so I don't identify that. Car 30 on screen now, running 13th. Nick Adcock was the recipient of a few not drive-through penalties, sorry, track limits penalties earlier on, a couple of 5-second warnings. We've got a lovely quartet on our screen right now. I believe this includes the 25 car that confused me so aggressively earlier. Chasing down car number 20. That is Christoph Herney, who we were speaking about earlier. Cars 4 and 9 in the mix there as well. Joseph Quentin and Alistair Young. All of these cars are in very different parts of the order. They're in really different places within the field. And you can see a bit of movement needed to sort of urge them along and say, get out of my way. I need to get through, please. That is not Enzo Richet's old car flashing the lights there. That is the 17 of Karel Fritsch. Just, well, with a light problem. Simple as that. A light malfunction, meaning that they are in full strobe mode. And I'm very excited to see what turns of the number 8 pace may come our way. I think that the intrigue with this race is obviously the difference in pace between the drivers. And Kybers is continuing on a fantastic pace here, but was a couple of tenths slower than Adrian Chile on that last lap. Chile has been really pounding away on these laps. We've had a second infringement reported at turn 5 for car 70, Chile's teammate. That is Mikel Bochez. And Claire has just reported that the number 30 machine has come through to do their drive-through penalty. Nick Adcock making his way through the pit lane. Wonder if that was another one for what was, quote, constant abuse of track limits. The 22 got that penalty earlier on. And we'll see what sort of time they lose then in the pit lane. Yeah, 50 seconds was Nick Adcock in the first sector apparently. And yeah, it's pretty much bang on 30 seconds that they lose. Sorry, 20 seconds that they lose by doing so. It's not the longest pit lane in the world here at Motorland Aragon. We've got the 99 on screen right now. Valentin Simonet still behind the wheel of that car. 10th position now for them. Started on the second row of the grid. But you can see, even visually from the cameras, just how much it is heating up out there at this wonderful circuit out in the hills of Spain. Right now on our screen is car number 9 chasing down the 25. They're not racing for position though. Quentin Joseph running in 19th place, but Frederic Lacour is currently running in 7th position. We have to think about the AM class as well with these drivers, and the car behind Lacour, which is Hugo Lacasse, is currently leading that class. At the moment, car 22, 8th position overall. The next AM car, though, is down in 14th place. Philip Thirion in car 555. We'll see how they get on in the later stages and whether that AM battle changes up. We've got Gilles Heriau currently doing purple sectors, actually. 28.5 in that first sector for Gilles. A great first sector, that is. Car 32. For CD Sport, making solid progress now. On our screen once again now, the 777 machine trying to have a bit of a scrap. Oh, hello, that was a bit of a tasty moment there. The 99 getting involved in all of that as well. And they managed to, well, they've not quite sorted it out yet. We'll come back to that in a moment though. I believe Claire has an interview ready for us. In fact, just give us a moment. Apologies, I think we're having just a slight technical down there in the pit lane. We'll let you know when Claire is ready to go. Car 22 has been reported to the stewards for, quote, constant abuse of track limits once again. And now I believe Claire is ready for said interview.
Apologies on that one. That was completely my fault. I couldn't hear the commentary anymore, which is always hard to know when you've got to speak. Enzo Richer alongside me at car number 17. We're seeing some real issues with track limits out there, aren't we? You yourself got caught out by track limits as well, but it's been quite a strong start to the race, hasn't it?
Yeah, we did a great start, I think. It was really difficult to avoid all of that cars. Some people did some spin on the straight line, so really difficult, but we did some good run. We fight a lot with Trouillet, Graf, so it was pretty fun. It was hard to avoid the track limits because with all the cars, with all the speed, you want to be fast. And here it's really easy to get off the track because the curb are not that high, so it's always easy. But a great run.
Is that the main issue that we're seeing then, just because you're getting caught out by no curbs, basically?
Yeah, we had a bit of issue with the front left when we had two contacts, so it broke a bit the car, but not that much. So like T10, what is really aerodynamic, it's really hard to keep the car turning left. So I did two track limits like that, but yeah, I hope my teammates will do better than me.
You had some contact, like you said, at the beginning of the race. Can you just talk me through what happened there?
Yeah, I think this gentleman didn't saw me coming. I wanted to be a bit careful and not to go that hard. And yeah, I don't know. On the braking, they just turned into me, and we did like little slap 2 times. And for me, it didn't cause that much damage, hopefully. But yeah.
I feel like you would have known about the damage by now, because I think they picked up a puncture quite quickly. Track limits we've talked about obviously quite a lot, but you guys are on your final limits now, and it's drive-through penalties. You guys have just served one, haven't you?
Sorry?
Did you serve a drive-through penalty for track limits?
Yeah, we did. I did three track limits, and my teammates, when he got out, he did 2 in 1 lap, so directly drive-through, so he did 1 directly. So I hope it's the final one, and that we can push to be on top.
How careful do you have to be now out there with the track limits and sort of a no tolerance to it?
Yeah, they need to be really, really careful, because I was really careful at the start, but as I said, you want to be fast, and it's really easy to get out of the track here, so you need to be really careful and to be fast, and yeah, you lose too much time with all these penalties.
A new track for everybody. How are you enjoying it?
It was the first time I'm driving here. At the debut, I didn't like it that much, but when you got the thing, it goes pretty well.
You've been enjoying it. Are you finishing the race as you usually do? Will you be the final person in?
No, we did 1 hour 10 straight of racing for me. Now it's my teammates who needs to do the best.
And this you could really do with a good result, couldn't you? Because it's been a tough season so far.
Yeah, it will be great, because we had always some issue with the car, and for now it looks okay, but yeah, I hope it will be all right.
Fingers crossed. Good luck.
Thank you.
Enzo Richer there, just letting us know his thoughts on things at the moment. And yeah, like Claire said, they've had a bit of a wild season so far and wanting to pick up more from it. We've got an inter-team battle here. I'm happy to say the number 7 car is back out on the circuit. The number 7 was involved in the incident on the very first lap. We've got Max Arkangelski back out on the circuit in that machine. You can tell, though, that it's been in the wars. It's still got the blue front end on it, but the side is completely carbon now, as the number 9 of Quentin Joseph was just staying out of the way at that part of the circuit just there, making sure that he didn't overdo it at all. We've got the 66 on screen right now. Not that you can ever miss that thing. The very bright yellow car of Marc Basseng did a personal best, actually, on that first sector. We've got Nicolas Schatz is currently fastest. Did the fastest lap of the race as well, 1:52.294. We've got a 1:52.6 from our race leader of Loris Kybers. So as you can tell, you know, there's solid pace coming in from further down the order. But again, this is what I was alluding to earlier, is that we might have cars that start setting fastest laps from further down the order that we didn't necessarily expect, that'll start climbing right up to the front end of the pack. Car 66 is coming up on a bit of lapped traffic, I think. It might be the 154, actually. It looks like one of the Kogamo racing cars just in front of them. And it is, actually. Just having a look at the track map, it is the 154, I can tell you. So that is for third position overall. We've had some infringements. Car 70 has had a 5-second penalty for track limits just a few laps ago. Another 5 seconds added on for them, but car 66 now starting to fill the mirrors of car 154. Right now, though, they've got the 70 right in front of them, actually. The manager of car 17 has to report to race control, apparently. Not quite sure what that may be in reports to. Maybe with the contact that they had with the earlier car, or sorry, the car earlier in the race, the number 9. We'll see. See whether that was what it was about. Maybe get a second opinion on that incident earlier. We know that they spoke to one of the teams near the start of the race, not long after it happened. Bit of a flash of the lights there from Mark Basseng. He's certainly showing his intentions here to try and get ahead of Erwin Creed. Erwin pushing on as hard as he can here to stay in front of that very brightly coloured machine. Car 70, Michael Boschez, might be further down the order here, but isn't too far off the pace of these guys chasing him down. So he's not really having to jump out of the way. Got another track limits warning for Quentin Basora. Car 21, as now comes the move from 154. To be fair, the 70 should be getting out of the way. That car is a lap down. There's no blue flags being waved, though. It's not for position on circuit, though, so they should be getting out of the way a little bit sooner than that, but they've not caused too much of an issue by still being there at this point, in fairness to them. Cars 154 and 66 get ahead with relative ease and now continue on their battle. And as they head down the back straight again, the 66 flashing the lights. Mark is making it very apparent that he wants to come through. He's got a great run down towards turn 16. He might get this done as well, you know. He's later on the brakes. Slots in front of the 154. And I think has got the job done. A little bit deep there from the 70 just behind them. And Mark Basseng moves Team 66 up into third position overall. Very good job from him. Nice and smooth, nice and tidy. Great stuff from that team. Carrying on with this great progress up the order. Well, I say up the order, back up the order as well, actually, because let's not forget they started on the front row of the grid, did car 66. So they had all promise ahead of this race, but so far have unfortunately had to just be clawing their way back rather than battling for the overall race lead. Still back into a podium spot they go with the beautiful scenery just behind. Basseng, now he's clear of Creed, has just started to clear off. Flying in that middle sector. Where is Loris Kybers on the circuit? At the moment, just coming out of turn 15 down the back straight is the number 8 car, still leading this race. Another fastest lap of the race from Nicolas Schatz, a 1:51.8. We've got a 5-second penalty coming in again for, you guessed it, track limits. That's coming in now for car 20. and car 8 as well. Car 20, car 8 and car 51 all getting 5 seconds for track limits. And that will continue on, I'm sure. We've had turn 5 track limits reported. Loris Keiber's down there in car number 8. And Adrian Chila has just come into the pits in car 71 to make another stop. That might be their second mandatory stop of the race. They've done one so far. We'll see whether they keep it that way. I think we may be ready for an interview down there in the pit lane. Claire is on standby.
Yeah, come down to CD Sport. Thankfully, Michael Stephen, this isn't your car behind. Your car is still out, car number 30. Nick Adcock at the moment behind the wheel. He's been there for a while. Only 2 drivers, obviously, in your car. He's racking up a few of the track limits, though, isn't he?
He has. That's the way it goes sometimes. You push into the limits, you have a bit of an oversteer moment, and you rather catch a car and have a track limit than spin. Sometimes, you're passing someone around the outside and they run you off, you get the track limit, unfortunately. So it is what it is. We're only an hour and a half into the race, so long way to go still, and hopefully we can recover some.
A long way to go, and you're not on your own. There's a lot of people struggling with the track limits out there. It's also a track that not everyone knows so well. Is it a track that's completely new to you as well?
In real life, yes. On the sim, no. So, yeah, I've probably done like 300 laps on the sim, but a little bit different in real life. And turn 5 and turn 9, really easy to have track limits. As I said, you're on the edge and you have a bit of an oversteering moment or something, and, you're off the track. So I think my goal in the stint, especially those 2 corners, is just to keep it well within and avoid any penalties.
Cars looking fast out there again. CD Sport, a very strong team, but even though a couple of ups and downs, your last one out though in Portimao was a very firm up. A podium for you guys, 2nd overall. It's a really positive time within the team for you two, isn't it?
Absolutely. CD Sport have given us an amazing car. In qualifying yesterday, it was strong. I felt I had the opportunity to go front row in my group. I made 2 mistakes on my lap, so that cost me. But to end up P5 just shows the capability of the car. And we had a pit lane infringement yesterday, so we should have started top 10. We dropped 5 places as a result. So we've still got a strong car. If we get lucky and we pit under virtual safety, we're back in it. So it's never over till the end, and we're going to keep pushing.
There's plenty more to come, we know this. Also, 2 rounds left of the championship. It's your first season with us in Ultimate Cup. How have you enjoyed it so far?
It's been absolutely fantastic. Obviously, it's a new experience for me every time. New track, Aragon. The next track will also be new, and obviously going back to Paul Ricard at the end will be sort of the first track that I can repeat. So, it's been fantastic. Love the series, and keep pushing.
How long until your stint? You must be going out soon.
Probably about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I should be in the car till the end, so it's going to be a nice long double stint.
That's a long stint.
That's okay. The more track time, the better.
Okay, well, good luck out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claire. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Claire. Helps when you put your microphone back down by your mouth when you've been done having a drink. But yes, fantastic to hear from our drivers as the race goes on, and it gives us a nice little insight into how the race may play out a little bit later, where we have drivers to obviously look for as they head back out there onto the circuit. But great to hear from Michael Stephen, the CD Sport driver in car number 30. Just having a look to see if we've had any more track limits penalties come in. And the answer is yes, we have. We've had a stop and go for car number 22. Sorry. Car 22 has had a stop and go. Again, for constant abuse of track limits is exactly how the stewards have worded it. We've done over 50 laps here now at Aragon. And there have been more 5-second penalties for cars 70 and 51. So the list continues to grow. But these guys are really pushing the limit. And as Michael Stephen pointed out to us just there, there are parts of the track where it's easy to overdo it. And, you know, you just have one tiny little bit of oversteer, and that puts you off the circuit. And that's, you know, that's job done then. That's the warning coming your way, regardless of how you got there, whether it was a slight mistake. You know, the drivers could always claim it's a slight mistake with the car and just an oversteer moment, and then, yeah, you're off the circuit. Whether you are or not is the focus of the stewards and everyone involved in keeping an eye on that. But 2 hours and 16 minutes left to go here in the first race of the weekend here in the Ultimate Cup European Series. This is the European Endurance Prototype Cup. This race should take us through to around 1:30 local time, with our interviews and things at the end of it, of course. The broadcast will take us to around that time. Interestingly, just been told by the race control system, green flag. There was no yellow flag. Not that I could see anyway. Best lap of the race remains to be from Nicolas Schatz, the number 73 driver. He's a silver classified driver as well, a 151.819. An average of 172 kilometers an hour. You can see, and as Michael Stevens said, more track time is better. We've had another 5-second penalty. Car 33 this time. Getting that one. There's been more and more infringements come through at turn 5. It's definitely the hot point for all of the track limits warnings that have been coming through. But we've had another one now for car 33 added to their list. And it will, I'm sure, continue on in that same way. Just going to keep my eye on how that goes, of course, and I'll feed you all of the information that I can when it comes through. We get it on our screen, but we don't get a huge amount of rows for the information. Just having a look at the lap times now to see if there's anybody that's really sort of surpassing the drivers around them. And other than Nicolas Schatz, it's quite level in a lot of places here, but a 151.7 from Nicolas Schatz in 7th place now, constantly gaining time, and is a good second or so a lap faster than everybody ahead. Personal best from Marlon Hernandez, car 154. Marlon absolutely on a mission as well now. Purple sector 2. Personal best of the race, 151.8, so just 1/10 of a second off of a purple lap time. So some fantastic pace from the midfield now, and this is exactly what I was saying earlier on. I hate to say I told you so, but there are drivers and teams here that are emerging from, once they've pitted, obviously, they're emerging towards the front of the order with incredible reiterated pace. I'm just having a quick look here at the pit stops. So on our timing screen, we have a counter for all the pit stops that the teams have done. And it says, you know, 3 out of 4, 2 out of 4, 4 out of 4. And that's how many they've got left to do. And there's a couple of teams with a little star next to them, and I believe that's because they've been counted either as a, they've come through as a drive-through penalty, or whether they've come in to do repairs and not done a mandatory stop. So we'll see whether that comes into affect things later on. The highest placed car in the field that has pitted twice is the number 71 machine of Belen Garcia, ahead of Marlon Hernandez. As we look now at cars 30 and 51, Nick Adcock and Oscar Bitter fighting over 9th and 10th. They've both overtaken Frederic Lacour, who has been into the pit lane and is there right now, actually, is the 25. But Nick got ahead of Oscar on that last lap. Car 51, though, is about to drop a bit further down, is Oscar, because they have got a drive-through penalty for constant abuse of track limits. Almost every lap. That is car 51. They have had a number of track limits warnings, and now on their 54th lap, unfortunately, it has come to really bite them in the backside. Nearly at the halfway point of this race, though. The first couple of hours have gone really flying by. I hope you're all enjoying watching the race here at Motorland Aragon. Certainly great to be here on site for this one in sunny Spain, in the beautiful conditions that we have. We've had more track limits reported. Turn 5. We have had Romain Carton, currently championship leader as well in the number 20 machine. I know that Romain is going to push like mad here to try and win this race now, and it's all likely that he could win from down in 20th place. Still 2 hours to go. A lot can happen in that time. If you've got a good enough pace advantage, you can chip away. We'll see. Personal bests coming in from the drivers at the very front of the order now. Loris Kybers and Marc Basseng both doing personal bests on that previous lap. We'll see if they continue that pace. There's the 555 of Kogamo Racing on the screen. Philippe Dirion currently running in 11th on the road. And Oscar Bitter has come in to serve a drive-through penalty, I believe. We'll be back out on track in just a moment. Plenty going on then. Loads of infringements, warnings, drive-throughs, all sorts. It's really shaking up the order, so we never really know where the field's going to settle. That's a car we've not seen too much of throughout this race. The lovely pink number 57 of Kogamo Racing. The car they're chasing is actually their teammate, the 555. But we look at Nicolas Chartier, or we did, briefly, as we look now at the 28 car, which is Alim Geshev. Gilles Heriau was the car behind them earlier, but has gone into the pit lane since. Bit of a flash of the lights there, actually, from the Kogamo car behind them. Is that the 154 that's chasing them down? I think it is, isn't it? As, the stewards have given car 17 a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. I wonder if they've spoken to both teams involved, because there was the contact between the 17 and the 9, and it seems that they have determined that it's car 17 that has caused that collision. So, unfortunately for them, their race gets even more difficult. Karel Frisch will have to bring that car down pit lane. We saw Enzo Richer in the car earlier. Claire had a word with him in the pit lane. Not a race that is going too swimmingly for them. There's car 154, Marlon Hernandez, one of the fastest drivers on the circuit right now. Just unlapping himself from the 28. Currently running in 3rd place is Alim Geshev. Not too keen on being overtaken by them, it seems. An interesting, well, I'll say interesting, you might not think it is, but an observation I've made is that the 154 seems to have different headlights to all the other cars in the field. I'm unsure if it's something they've done themselves or whether it's just a different iteration or a different gen, as they say, of this car. The wonderful Nova Proto NPO2. As you can tell, sounds and looks fantastic, but yeah, definitely different headlights on that 154 machine. So I'm intrigued to see or hear from anybody that might know why that might be. I think I mentioned that when we were at Mugello earlier in the championship in April. Again, I just love that backdrop there. The camera on the exit of turn 15, looking across at turn 13 and 14. It's just such a wonderful sight. Great bit of scenery here at the lovely Motorland Aragon. Car 33 on screen now, another one with pink highlights. Christian Jorgensen has actually had a bit of a nightmare with track limits. That car has received, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 warnings so far this race. They had a drive-through on lap 17. Yeah, and since then it's just been every sort of 10 or 11 laps that they've had a warning. But right now, the drivers are remaining in a rhythm. They're staying in what kind of rhythm they can at this point. Because at the end of the day, the field is a little bit more spread out now. So this is the time where it's not necessarily that you're going to encounter less cars on the circuit, but everybody's not as packed up as they were earlier on in the race. Car 33 is now back into the pits. And I imagine that may be for another drive-through. There is the 33, and it's definitely not for a drive-through because there is smoke coming out of it. There is also damage to the front left there. You can see the canard is damaged, the split has been damaged as well. But it's hotter than a lot of the circuit here. And we've had another drive-through penalty come through, which is for car number 7. They had another actual track limits warning, and now they have had a drive-through for track limits. Car number 7, which is currently being driven by Louis Maurice. Funnily enough, Maxence Maurice is also in the race in car 27, but, well, was last in 12 laps ago. But the number 7 car is, yeah, unfortunately not having a good day at the office. They had the incident earlier on in the race, and now, after getting back out on track, has unfortunately been, well, despite being on the track, has been off the track a little bit more than they would have liked. Car 71 has also had track limits reported down at turn 5 once again. We've got a big group of cars going through turns 10 and 11, excuse me, all together at the moment. We look here at our race leader, Loris Kybers, half a second slower than Marc Basseng on the previous lap. Marc Basseng did a personal best for that team on that lap. So has, again, been on a bit of a mission at the moment. Blue flag's being waved there, telling them to allow our race leader through. I think that's the 22 car, is it not? Car 22 actually a bit further up the order than I remember seeing earlier, with no disrespect to Hugo Lacasse and the team. They're leading the AM class at the moment by a couple of cars. They've got a good 30 seconds, actually, over the cars behind them. Philippe Thirion in second place in AM, car 555, but they just move over nicely for our race leader. And through goes Loris Kybers. Car 8 has been leading this race, other than during pit stops, has been leading throughout. There was a moment where the 17 was ahead after the pit stops, but it didn't last. They've got the number 4 just ahead of them, just out the bottom of shot there. Just up the road. Currently being driven by Nico Ferrarin. I think we saw Nico racing in other series under the same banner here in the Ultimate Cup European Series. But we're nearly at the halfway point of this race right now. It's absolutely flown by these first 2 hours of the day. But this circuit is certainly throwing up a difficult challenge to the drivers, as we can tell with all of the track limits warnings coming through. The car number 7 has been reported to the stewards now for that constant abuse of track limits. I do like this wording from the race director and from the stewards. They are taking no prisoners with letting them know that they shouldn't be abusing the track limits, calling it constant. Basically meaning that they're outside of track limits every lap at present. They are really overdoing it. We're intrigued to see whether that calms down into the later stages of the race. But as we near the halfway point of this race right now, it is car number 8, Loris Kybers, leading the way. Mark Basseng in second place, Alim Geshev in third. But that may change as Alim has just come back out of the pit lane and I think dropped behind a few cars. So we'll see how much that changes over the next couple of laps as the time updates. We've hit halfway now. We're going to go to a quick ad break and we'll be back with you in a few minutes' time.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Well, welcome back. We have 2 hours left of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. My name is Claire Cottingham. Alongside me, Chaz Draycott, bringing you the commentary here, English side of things. If you are looking for the French side of the commentary, though, head to our YouTube channel and you can find our French speakers on there as well. But for now, we're going to speak English because my French is pretty terrible. So I will continue speaking English for you guys. 1 hour 55 left of this race. Currently at the moment, car number 8 leading the way, Loris Kybers. And then it's all shaking out at the moment because we have a lot of mandatory pit stops still to come in the last 2 hours of this race. And at the moment, leading the way, which is car number 8, it has only done one of its mandatory pit stops. A couple of teams already picking up a few more. We've got car number 28 down in 10th, James Winslow currently at the wheel of that one. They've actually done 2 of their mandatory pit stops, so it is at this case in the race a bit of strategy coming into play. A beautiful track here at Aragon in basically the middle of nowhere in Spain. Beautiful surroundings here in Aragon, but it is, as you can see in the background of the track, pretty quiet around us, and it's about 3 hours out of Barcelona, and it is a beautiful drive here to the track. And this is the first race of the weekend, is the Endurance Prototype. We got going 2 hours ago, and we will be here for another 2 hours until the end of this race, but we have plenty more racing to come throughout the weekend. Of course, if you are into your endurance racing, stay with us because we've got the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup as well coming up after this race. Hoosier Formula Cup, so single-seater qualifying will get underway at about 3:30 local time here in Spain. And then the Renault GT Endurance qualifying as well happening this afternoon. Ultimate GT Sprint Cup Race 2 happening at 6:25, and then at 7:15 we've got the Hoosier Formula Cup. First race of the weekend. Driver change here for car number 73, who is at the moment Nicholas Schatz, and he is, they came in as 7th, and have obviously dropped down a little bit now as they make their driver change. 5-second time penalty for car number 9, who has got Quentin Joseph behind the wheel at the moment, running down in 15th. Track limits there. And let's see who we may see getting into car number 73. As I would assume, Nicholas will be coming out, and one of 2 other drivers will be going in. Well, one other driver, it's Frederic Croulet, as they only have 2 drivers for ANS Motorsport. So if it's not one, it's the other, which makes it much easier for us. So driver change for those guys. And at the moment, no one else in the pit lane. Tomorrow, if you want to watch some more racing, though, we get underway just before 9 AM here, local time, for the Hoosier Formula Cup. Ultimate GT Sprint Cup Race 3, and then Hoosier Formula Cup Race 3 as well after that. And then we've got the 4 hours of the Kennel GT Endurance Cup happening at around 1:30 local time tomorrow. Car number 73 going out then. That is the ANS Motorsport of Frederic Croulet, now behind the wheel. We'll double check that he has pressed the button. Yes, he has. Frederic Croulet, the bronze driver of the two. Silver driver alongside him in Nicolas Schnatz and the ANS Motorsport team. And he gets back behind the wheel. And lots of drivers that only have two tend to do half and half. That's what we saw, what Michael Stevens said to us. And hopefully should have a interview lined up very shortly, it looks like, with the Graf team of Jimmy Cho. We're going to hear from him very shortly. He will be down in the pit lane with our pit reporter Renault, who is headed down to Graf. And we should hear from him very shortly. Car number 66 under investigation for using the shortcut at turn 16. And they are second at the moment, and it's Mark Basseng. So tricky there. Still 3 of their mandatory pit stops to take, so not quite for track at the moment. Let's head down and hear from
driver Chung-Ting Hsiu, who led early in this race. Tell us about the beginning of this race, and how did you manage this first part of the race?
Yeah, so I started in 3rd place, and then in the first couple of corners I tried to be calm because it's pretty dangerous in this track. The turn 1 is pretty tight, so it's pretty smooth. I get out of trouble and then carry on, pass the car on the big straight and lead in. The car feels very, very good, and the tire degradation is very small. So I managed to finish the race with very good pace. I'm quite happy about the car, and I'm confident.
So what will be the strategy from now on? Is it a conservative strategy, or do you keep pushing until the end of the race?
Yeah, so because we got 3 silvers, so we got extra pit sign stop penalty, and we got to pull away from the other bronze because they'll catch up on us in pit stop times. So we gotta keep pulling away, and that's what we're kind of doing. And so far so good. We're now like 18 seconds ahead in lead. So yeah, it's all right. My teammate just jumped out. My 3rd driver just jumped in the car, and I believe he'll manage to finish it with very good pace.
So we have seen many track limit infringements today. How do you manage this? Every team has at least one, I think, at least 1 5-second penalty, and there are still 2 hours left in this race. How do you manage this until the end of the race?
Yeah, the track limit is pretty strict over here, so I just try to stay away from it. Maybe at least half a tenth sacrifice in 1 lap is better than 5-second penalty. So we gotta be more cautious on that, I'll say.
So this is a new track within the Ultimate Cup Series. What are the biggest challenges of this Motorland Aragon track?
Yeah, it's a very tricky track. I think turn 5 is very tricky because you have to brake in not straight, and then it's also a high-speed corner, and it also have a blind spot at the left, so if there's a car coming, it's not easy to see them. But for me, it's all right so far.
Thank you very much, Chung-Ting Hsiu, driver of the Graf Racing, leading this race.
Thank you very much, Renard, down there in the pit lane. Speaking with Jimmy Cho, who put in a fantastic opening stint in the number 8 machine. Loris Kybers currently behind the wheel of that car, although coming into the pit lane, actually, so too has the 66 car after they had their little excursion earlier on. We've had, well, more and more, the 9, the 75, the 72, all having warnings. And they are still pouring in here this afternoon at Motorland Aragon, as we've seen so many of them struggling with the track limits here. Christoph Cresp is now behind the wheel of the 27 car, and even though he's down in 25th place out of the 26 cars in the race, he's still having his infringements. Nobody is immune, it seems. We have done now 66 laps of this wonderful circuit, now 67, although Marlon Hernandez has done the fastest lap of the race on the last one, a 1:51.426 for Marlon. Car 1:54 after its pit stop earlier was down in 16th position, but has made its way nicely back up to the top as things have shuffled out. Although, to be fair, they've done two of their 4 stops, and a lot of the cars around them are yet to do even their second pit stop. So Marlon is in a fantastic place, although I say that just as they come into the pits. So I wonder if they're maybe getting a separate part of this out of the way, do a quick fire stint, so to speak, before then moving on to longer stints later on in the race. But Marlon Hernandez really on a mission, especially on those in-laps. We look now at car number 20, currently running a bit further down the order. Romain Carton, championship leader, of course, this car, and this driver, in fact. 13th place for them at present. As the number 8, by the look of it, almost going slightly defensive there into turn 16, almost sending a bit of a warning shot to say, don't try and come through, just stay where you are for now. It does look like Romain is on solid pace right now. And even now, look, the number 8 moving out of the way, are they? No, actually, it was a defensive maneuver again by Alexandre Cunot. And the two of them are glued to each other as they go up through turns 2 and 3, up the hill towards 4 and 5, the real hotspot for track limits issues. And you'll see it here. This is where they've been overdoing it, running wide on the exit. And then down into turn 7 again, a very similar corner actually. 4 and 5, a smaller version of 6 and 7, but obviously flipped the other way. And I believe our wonderful French colleague is going to go down to an interview. Renard is ready to go.
I'm ready to go. I'm with Nicolas Schatz, driver number 73, ANS Motorsport car, and he had the best time of the race, but now it is not. So maybe I should walk away and not interview him. Just kidding. You've been very fast in this first part of the race. Tell us through the beginning of the race how it went.
Thanks. It was a very nice race. My teammate did the start. He did just one mistake, little mistake, a spin, and a drive-through because he did some track limits. But after that, I take the second stint with his tires, so no new tires, and the balance of the car was very nice. I found a pleasure maximum in this track because the car is wonderful. This track is very nice for this car, and my team did a very nice job. So I had a car with a very nice balance, and it was a full pleasure of 1 hour.
So, track limits. It's been the discussion of the day with every team, with every driver. Every team has at least a 5-second penalty today, and maybe even more for some. So how do you manage this now that is something you have to look during this race? You need to take into account all the penalties. How do you manage that?
Yes, it's very important in endurance because if you did the best lap but with 2 drive-through or a lot of seconds in the pit, it's 0 in fact. So yes, when we drive, we need to manage the exit. It's often when we accelerate very early, so it's very difficult because you must push your brake, but not too much, because if it's too much, you are not on the track. So it's very difficult to
to keep a nice level of performance without track limits and degradation of the car, because the car change during the hour or 2 hours, because sometimes we have a little bit understeer or oversteer. So yes, it's a big job, but in NS Motorsport we had a driver coach, we work on the setup to have a nice car in the race. And after that, yes, must to push, but not too much.
So you said tire degradation was kind of smooth today. What is the technical aspect of the car we should check today, if not the tires?
It's a big question. No, it's very difficult to answer you quickly because it's a big subject. The setup of the car is difficult to manage and to understand. So during the test, we need to do a nice job with drivers to understand. And after that, if the race have not the same temperature, for example, of the same weather, all the job of practices are wrong. So it's difficult. And the results and the answer is after 4 hours of race.
So I understand you will be driving again today. When will we see you again in the car?
I will drive one hour after.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nicolas Chat, a very fast driver today.
Yeah, absolutely. He was setting fastest lap after fastest lap earlier on. That honour has now been taken away by Marlon Hernandez, who's done a 151.426 in the 154 car. Currently, that machine back out on circuit after being in the pits just a moment ago. 13th place for them right now. Current race leading car on track is actually the 555, Philippe Thirion, and leading the AM class as a result, but still pit stops to do there. James Winslow in second place in car 28 has done 2 pit stops so far, and now is second on the road as well by just 2.4 seconds. So there is a lot of movement, although now it's saying they're in the pits. So he's literally just come in again. So never mind. Oscar Bitter has just done his team's personal best lap of the race, car 51. They're another team that's had a few track limits warnings and infringements. And there's even more now. Another infringement for Alexandre Cournot. Car number 8. 7th position for them at the moment. We've got a few little clusters of cars out there on the circuit, but nobody in a direct fight by the look of it. Just checking who are the closest 2 cars on track, and it is actually our lead pairing of Philippe Thirion and James Winslow before they came in anyway. Looks like Eric Truet and David Monclair are close together. Cars 19 and 22 down in 18th and 19th position. We have the 21 on our screen, which is teammate to one of those cars at DB Autosport, and just a few seconds down the road from them. You can see they've got the number 7 machine closing in. Louis Maurice lost a lot of laps earlier on in the race though, didn't they, Claire, with that huge damage because of that unfortunate incident on the first lap. There was a lot of promise wiped away there for Graf.
Absolutely. Just a quick note on James Winslow, who has just come into the pit lane in car number 28, which is currently, even though the graphic says something different, actually the timing screen says he's running second at the moment. He's taken 2 of his mandatory pit stops. So if he's about to take another 1 here, that strategy is going to be bold.
Yeah, very much
and
so.
they put the fastest driver in last, so James Winslow. It's him and his teammate, who there's only 2 of them in the car, so they only have to do, they have to do the same amount of stops. But in terms of stint-wise, Alain Geshev might have had all of his time now, so you've only got James Winslow in the car, and it could be that they're about to take their penultimate mandatory pit stop, which is going to put them in a very good position moving forward in this race.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on how quickly a lot of those ones behind are closing in as well. There's the likes of Arlan Boulin, Romain Carton, Alexandre Cournot. There's loads of them. Ferrari, De Curtin, Cruet. They've all done 2 stops. The car with the most pit stops is actually the 71 machine and the 154 of Marlon Hernandez as well. Belen Garcia in car 71. They've got 1 pit stop left. Marlon Hernandez also has 1 stop left. There's a few more further down the order, but they're not as much of a threat to the race lead as those drivers have been so far this this afternoon, because I'm so used to these races being in the afternoon. It's not even afternoon yet here in Spain. It's 10 to 12. But yeah, there's a few of them actually striking their way through. And yeah, I was wondering about these stars next to some of the pit stops that we've seen.
The asterisks, which you won't be able to see as a viewer, but we can see it on our timing screen, which at the moment Michael Stephen in car number 30 has, which I believe we are. Oh no, it's car number 28. So the asterisk means that they've come in to do their mandatory pit stop, but something is under investigation within that pit stop.
I see.
So it could be that they didn't serve the mandatory time, or that something was not quite right, that there's a multitude of reasons it could be, but it's not a good thing to have next to your name. So 2 at the moment, car number 30, like I said, who's got Michael Stephen alongside it now, and a little further down, car number 7, which has got Louis Maurice along at the wheel at the moment. So yeah, not many have the asterisks at the moment, but yeah, it's interesting to see car number 99 only has 1 of their mandatory pit stops left, as well as car number 9, Eric Trullet, the Graf car. So that could be one to watch out for, as well as we've just seen a couple more come in. Marlon Hernandez in the 154, so that's another one that's only got 1 mandatory pit stop left. And also Belen Garcia.
Yeah, that 154 car is definitely a contender for me right now. Belen Garcia hasn't been on quite the same pace, although on that last lap, you know what, I eat my words, there was 2/10 faster was Belen Garcia, 2/10 faster than Marlon Hernandez, although on that previous lap Marlon Hernandez had to make an overtake, got past Kevin Parser in car 25. So again, there's a lot of chopping and changing here, and a lot of strategies that may culminate together into a very exciting final stint of the race. We've seen quite a bit of it before, actually. I remember back at Mugello, we had a wonderful fight towards the end, and the race lead actually changing on the final lap of a 4-hour race. So it shows you that it's not over until it's over. And in these things, the drivers and teams just do what they can. You know, at the end of the day, why would they not push constantly for 4 hours? They just have to do everything they can. They've got an idea in their head of when they're going to change drivers, when they're going to obviously refuel the cars as well, because there is a refueling part of the pit lane that is, well, it's part of the paddock, isn't it, Claire, where it's separate to the pit lane where they refuel. So it's sort of out of the way. I remember at Mugello it was anyway.
Yeah, no, they have it for all of the Ultimate Cup Championship. The refueling is always in a separate place from everything else. You don't have refueling in the pit lane in the same way. I actually haven't seen where it is here.
No, I was just thinking that. I was wondering, because usually it's early on in the pit, like just before they get to the pit lane, isn't it?
Well, it's usually off a little. You kind of turn off instead and go a different way down the pit lane.
As if you were going into the paddock.
Yeah, you turn right into the paddock. But actually, I haven't seen where it is here. But alas, be interesting to see, how at the moment leading is car number 51, which has just come into the pit lane, which has got Oscar Bitter at the wheel. They've still got 3 of their mandatory pit stops, so you'd expect them to tumble down the order a little bit. And it'd be interesting to see how this sort of shakes out now, because the ones leading in the top 6 basically either have 2 or 3 mandatory pit stops left. So we're in that weird part of the race where lots of strategy starts to unfold in front of you.
Yeah.
And, a lot of them only have 1 pit stop left. Like we said, Belen Garcia running in 7th and James Winslow running in 8th. And you would expect, even though they're a lap down, that actually
it'll level out.
Yeah, depending what they have, depending on the length of the pit stop, obviously refueling is a bit longer than a driver stop. But be interesting to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, the lead car at the moment still has 3 stops to go, Oscar Bitter, but that was before they've just come in the pits, actually. I keep having to eat my words here with these guys pitting just as soon as I point out that they haven't. But still, Oscar Bitter had a drive-through as well, so it may be that they're serving right now. See whether he's come out of the pit lane in just a moment's time. They lose about 20 seconds with a drive-through penalty, we figured, because The first sector is usually about 30 seconds for most of these drivers, between 28 and 30 seconds. And then whenever they've been pitting out, as it comes up on our timing screen, we've seen 50 seconds on the timer. Romain Carton in car 20 apparently did a 5-minute first sector, but that was as they came out of the pits. So the championship leading car number 20, certainly has a bit of a mountain to climb later on. I can tell you that the 51 is having its mandatory pit stop. It's not come through for the drive-through. There it is right now on your screens. Lovely looking car as well, the 51. It is one of my favourite looking machines in the field. We have some great liveries in this championship, and that is definitely one of the best combinations with this car. The blue, the white, the gold, it all just overlaps the fantastic shape of the Nova Proto so well. There is car number 4, second place in the race at the moment, and it is not the 66 right behind them. I believe that's one of the CD Sport cars that is right on their tail, just making their way through the first sector, but it's Nico Ferrarin that is at the wheel at present. Now Oscar Bitter is into the pits. Everybody's moving up a place. Just over 90 minutes left to go here in this first race of the weekend here in the Ultimate Cup. We just had a slight...
Sorry, I keep pressing your buttons for you.
Yeah, we just had a...
keep talking.
See?
It's
like a kill switch. We just had a a slight technical in the box there.
5-second time penalty.
Another one.
Oh, I missed it. For car number 25, turn 9.
I think that's their 38th penalty of the race.
Parser, 25. They are down at the moment in 12th with Kevin Parser at the wheel.
I've only got 2 written down for those so far.
25 hasn't had many, I don't think. Yeah, 2 of the mandatory pit stops left. They're down a lap from the leader at the moment. Oscar Bitter then heads out of the pit lane.
Oh, it was the 22 that got loads of them earlier on. That was the car that was in a lot of trouble and still runs in 16th place.
Yes.
Despite having
2 laps down, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah, the spread at the front of the field has been quite potent, but it is the number 8 car that still leads the way. Cournot has carried on where his teammates left off. Jimmy Cho with that amazing stint earlier on. Loris Kybers just was so steady in that middle stint. Nothing really to write home about. As almost as if, like by magic, lap 74 is the lap that we see them get a 5-second penalty.
Belen Garcia has just moved up to 5th place. Overtaking Frederic Morel for 6th, and also got a pit stop in their pocket as well has Belen Garcia. James Winslow still sitting down in 7th.
Yeah, just ahead of Neil Muston, car 777. They've got 2 stops to do. Marlon Hernandez not far behind them either. We've got car 32, which is Gilles Heriot under investigation. There. Yep, that's the 73. The AMS machine.
Only just
ANS.
taken ANS. Only just got to the wheel.
Yeah.
Has Frederic Croulet.
Yeah, not a fantastic start to his stint that he would have wanted. There's our race leader, as it has been throughout most of this race. I think there was only a couple of laps where theoretically that car didn't lead the race. Oh, they've had track limits at turn 10 as well now for Gilles Heriot, the 32. So more dramas for them. Not having the smoothest of rides of it, unfortunately, in 16th place. They're under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, and now they've been off the circuit as well. So a bit of a busy time for them. Just saw a car come into the pit lane then on the right of our shot, but it didn't go into the pit lane. So it must be that the refueling part is just on the way in.
Well, car number 8's just gone into the pit lane. So they might have gone in for a refuel for one of their 2 mandatory pit stops left. I think here we're going to see car number 71, who's running in 5th at the moment.
Yep.
Car number 28, sorry, that's running in 7th at the moment, James Winslow, and 154, Marlon Hernandez. I think that's our podium.
Absolutely. The 71, the 154, they're both in the top few positions in the championship.
Yeah.
The number 8 has had the pace all season, but unfortunately hasn't had the results to match it. There is the number 8, in fact, in the pit lane right now.
Yeah, they've had a tough old time out there.
Yeah, I think between the 3 drivers, they've barely got 5 points this season, unfortunately, which is a huge, huge shame because, like we say, the pace that they've shown has been electric from the very start. But the other car you mentioned there, Claire, that you reckon 28, yeah?
28, James Winslow.
Yes. Yeah,
they're due a good result as well.
Yeah, I mean, last time round at Portimao, 15 points, not the end of the world. That was their best result of the season. It was the DNF at Mugello that
They
really
were,
shot
yeah,
them.
but in Portimao, they were, I want to say, on for the win. And then James Winslow, I think, had no power steering. And it was the hottest day. It was really hot, and a lot of drivers were overheating. And he had no power steering and no something else. And it was 2 of the main things you need to make a car go round. And he fought the last few. And you should have seen him after. He was he couldn't move. I've never like I went and got him one of those massive big bottles of water. And he just poured it on himself. And it was almost like his body went into some sort of shock, really.
Yeah.
He was like stuck like this, really. It was, can't see my hands, but he was stuck like sort of rigid. It was stop and go for car number 7.
Oh dear.
Constant abuse of track limits. So there, Luis Maurice down in 24th at the moment, and obviously 32 laps behind because crashed into turn 1. Spoke to Jonathan Thomas as I was walking through the pit lane earlier, and he believes it was car number 31 who accidentally knocked him, but he said he was T-boned. So he got smacked, obviously, in the side of the car, and then went into where he ended up, which I believe was near a barrier, or at least some sort of...
yeah, he just sort of ran off in a straight line.
But I don't know if he hit it. I can't remember that. But
no, just rolled near it, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think he was a bit sore after that one.
That's what I was surprised at, because of where the car was placed in our shot, we couldn't see the damage to the left-hand side. That was the thing. It just looked like he'd just gone straight on.
Yeah.
There was a few pieces, but it was no
he got smacked
major parts.
Into turn 1. I think he said turn 1, but I'm not sure.
It's down at turn 16.
Yeah, I was going to say, they'd done a lap, hadn't they?
Yeah.
Car number 22, track limits reported.
Again.
Montclair. So you've got, that's a first infringement, it says.
For that driver, anyway, I think that car has had a good 6 or 7 5-second penalties so far. That was the first one to get the constant abuse wording thrown up on the race control earlier. They were the one that started it all. They were the pioneer. Pioneer for track limits abuse. So the race continues on with car number 4 in the lead, and it's 66, 71, 73 and 28. It is Ferrari de Qatar. We have Garcia, Crouet and Winslow, the top 5 at the moment. And I reckon that Claire is spot on with the prediction of that 28 being right in the mix come the end of this one. They are one of 2 cars in the top 5 with just 1 pit stop left. Belen Garcia is the car they want to be focusing on at this point, that 71 machine. Another one that is quite high up in the championship with Adrian Chila. That team has had, to be fair, a great start to the season, but Portimao was their worst result of the year, and it was by some margin as well. 6 points scored for each of the drivers at Portimao, and earlier on in the season they were scoring 16 and 18 points, so definitely not up to their usual standard, but right now back in the mix and hoping to take some big points away from Spain here this afternoon before heading to the final 2 race meetings of the season, which will of course both be in France, the wonderful Manicourt circuit, and Paul Ricard, to round out the season where we started it. Another infringement for Montclair in terms of track limits, bless you.
Sorry, I tried to do it quietly.
Don't ever apologise.
I just came in. Belen Garcia, she has been incredibly impressive throughout the whole season so far, and as you say, alongside car number 6,
Adrian Chila,
the 5-second penalty. She's been alongside Adrian Chila, who's the bronze driver. Belen Garcia is the silver driver. And they've had other drivers that have come in and out sort of thing, but they've been very consistent. And last time out picking up 18 points, which is pretty impressive. They've yet to get a win this season, but they are sitting second, if you're looking, third actually. ANS Motorsport are looking, because it's DB Autosport that are leading the way. Kojimo Racing in third and fourth, and the way it works, it's a team. So Nicolas Prost, Marlon Hernandez and Erwin Creed have all raced the 154 all season, so they're sitting third, fourth and fifth in the standings. But yeah, they do it by driver, not team in this championship. CD Sport is Nicholas Adcock sitting in sixth, and then it's Adrian Chiller and Belen Garcia. Stop go 1 minute using the shortcut number 66.
Yeah, I tell you, it's certainly busy out there with all of these infringements at the moment.
They're sitting second as well. So that's a big 1 minute. That will take them down past. They might hold on. Where are they running? 151, 52. Might be a bit tight. They might drop down, because Belen Garcia seems to be a minute behind. But just under a minute. So yeah, I think they'll probably drop down to fourth, maybe fifth.
That is going to really harm what's been a great race for them, to be fair. Started on the front row of the grid, lost a few places in the opening stint, but then gained them back again. And unfortunately, this is another twist in the tail of this race, and I hate to get them in trouble, but that looked like another abuse of track limits around the outside of turn number 10 there. It's hardly a subtle car to watch through track limits infringements as well, is the number 66. Very bright yellow machine. One of the most interesting looking cars on the grid. Then again, they are all interesting though. All great looking machines, these Nova Protos. And we've got some fantastic liveries out there. A bit of a battle going on here between the 32 and the 22. This is for position as well. Gilles Heriau, car 32, getting past David Moncler for 14th place. And now they have the 66 bearing down on them, trying to utilise the slipstream. He's flashing the lights.
I was going to say 66 out of position. This isn't for track position for 66, but yeah.
Yeah, he wants them to get out of the way sooner rather than later. Makes his intentions clear into turn 16, and still the 22 says no thank you, although running wide of the apex, so I think it was a bit of a half attempt.
They get the blue flags, but don't seem to be moving over as quickly as I'm sure the 66 needs, and the 66 just had a stop-go 1 minute time penalty, so probably trying to put the foot down a bit. But
yeah, you can see, look, body language there. He's saying I'm here, and it's hardly like you can miss that thing. Like I was just saying, it's the brightest car on the grid.
Yeah, no, they've been showing the blue flags for a while now, so they should really be moving over. But also it's down to the driver behind. They can't just be gifted it. They have to still actually get round if there's a battle going on, like there was between the cars in front of them. But yeah, you would expect them to get past soon.
But in the same breath as well, Moncler was 2 seconds slower than Gilles Heriau on that last lap as well. So, and we could see as well through turns 2, 3, 4, he wasn't exactly sticking with him, was he? It wasn't as if he was still in that fight. I think that fight was put to bed quite quickly.
It is now, yes. Yeah, you'd expect them to get by. Odd.
Very odd. There is Belen Garcia making her way round turns 5 and 6 and 7. Thought for a moment there it was down towards turn 8 and 9, but no, the other side of the circuit. 28 not far behind as well there, actually, that you can see, with James Winslow at the wheel. It is going to be those two to keep an eye on, both of these cars with just one pit stop left to go each. Let's see now how they go about these final stints. And oh, dearie me, car number 8 has a drive-through penalty for abuse of track limits.
Running down in 16th at the moment. The race was running away from them a bit anyway. 2 laps down.
Well, I mean, they were leading for most of it.
Yeah. Well, no, I know, but they've had they've already had some time penalties, haven't they? They're not. Well, they must have done.
They had 1 5-second penalty earlier, but that was all I've got down for them.
They must have had.
Oh, they've had 2. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've seen 2 so far.
Well, they must have had more than that because drive-through is 5. 5-second time penalty for Moncler, car number 22.
Again. And that one's had more than 5 for sure.
Yeah,
they have had many.
It's 1, 2, 3.
Another one.
Car number 27, 5-second time penalty. This is going to be very difficult. This is Christophe Cresp who is currently running down in...
He's 25th at the
25th.
minute. Way down the order, unfortunately. But yeah, it's, you know, the Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's firing the money off the balcony. It's just that with
5 second
another
time
one.
penalty for
race leader.
Ferran. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Nico, sorry, go on. Yeah, no, race leader.
Yeah, number 4, unfortunately, not immune.
Yeah, they've got another. Yeah, they've got 2 pit stops to go, but yes, not immune.
Oh dear, it's
I don't know how this is going to shake out to the end, because the 5 second time penalties are added on after the race, I believe.
I didn't know if they served them in the pit stop or whether they're added in the after the race. Unsure whether they just add it to the pit stop time, so it's done. So then it's easier to know where they are on the road at this point.
Yeah, you might be right. I can't remember which way around they do it. I'll double check in the
group chat. Thanks very much.
No, I was going to have a look on the I was going to have a look
the
at
regs.
the regs.
Oh, we've got teammates fighting here on track as well, by the way. We've got a bit of flying formation between the DB Autosport cars. Car 20, championship leader, not having the race that they would have wanted as championship leaders, as there is the move by James Winslow down the inside of Belen Garcia. And the number, I thought that was the number 8 right behind them on track there for just a moment. It is definitely not. But now the move has been done. And James Winslow moves up into 3rd place on the road. And what could be a race lead, and probably will be there, 50 seconds off the race leader, but they still owe them an additional pit stop. So we'll see just how that pans out in the later stages. But we've got a lot of progress being made by the 28 and the 71. They are putting in fantastic lap times. 1:52.9 for James Winslow last time out. Fastest lap of the race hasn't been touched in a while. Adrian Yvonne has done their personal best on the previous lap. That's the 72 car down in 22nd place. We're not seeing many personal bests come in now as the day gets hotter and hotter. The circuit becoming more and more abrasive on the tyres, the tyre life. Definitely the main concern for the drivers and teams. They're making sure that they look after the rubber into the final stages. One hour and 14 minutes left to go here at Motorland Aragon. And you see here our championship leader on screen. But as I've said, not having the race that they would have wanted. Coming here to Spain, Romain Carton, championship leader as well in the drivers' standings, on his way down the back straight. 21st on the road at the moment. And I can see on one of our monitors that our good friend Renard is going to speak to another good friend of mine, actually, Valentin Simonet, who will be having a chat very soon. They're just preparing their interview, which I believe will be in French. We can just see a lovely shot there of the 71 and the 73 making their way down towards turn 16 together. And Renard is good to go. Off you go, Sunshine.
Je suis avec le Nerguti Compétition, la voiture numéro 99. Alban Nerguti est en train de se préparer pour prendre le volant après Cindy Gudet. Et moi, je suis avec Valentin Simonet. Valentin Simonet, un formidable début de course dans le top 3. Et après, on a un peu marqué le coup, j'ai l'impression. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Racontez-nous depuis le début de cette course.
C'est clair qu'on était content de notre qualif, on partait 2e ligne, c'est le meilleur résultat de l'équipe. Il faut savoir qu'on est une petite équipe familiale quand même, donc pour nous c'était vraiment un bon résultat. Je m'étais vraiment fixé d'aller rapidement dans le top 3 après ce départ, chose qui s'est produite, donc franchement on était bien, on était calé derrière la voiture qui avait fait la pole, donc on était franchement dans un bon rythme. On avait un très bon échange avec l'ingénieur, donc très bien. Et à un moment, moitié de mon relais, je me suis fait taper par une voiture de chez Lamo à la sortie du T15. Une action que j'ai laissé les commissaires juger. Ils ont jugé, donc voilà. Mais n'empêche que ça a complètement ruiné notre course. Malheureusement, ça a décalé quelque chose dans la transmission derrière. Ce qui fait que j'ai été vachement embêté. Non seulement je suis reparti, mais ça a vachement impacté mon relais avec des grosses pertes de temps au passage de rapport notamment. Donc on a encore plus perdu du temps quand on s'est arrêté et que Cindy est monté dans la voiture parce qu'il a fallu réparer et resserrer des choses. Donc une course ruinée alors qu'il y avait vraiment une belle chose à faire. Voilà, c'est comme ça. Ça arrive en course. Parfois il y a des choses intelligentes, d'autres moins parfois. Là maintenant il y a Alban qui va monter dans la voiture. Cindy fait un super relais. Elle essaye de remonter au maximum. Alban aussi. On va essayer de peut-être se rapprocher du top 10. Je pense que ça va être compliqué avec ce qui nous est arrivé, mais on va essayer de mettre tout bout à bout et quoi qu'il arrive, on va rien lâcher parce que c'est notre état d'esprit. Mais voilà, un peu déçu.
So Valentin Simone, I asked him one question and he answers all the questions I wanted to ask. So that's fantastic. So great qualification for this 99 team, family team. And Valentin Simone had as an objective to stay in the top 3 early in the race. It did it. But a contact with a Lambo racing car ended their hopes for a good result today. And so there's a problem with the transmission following this incident. So they are losing time shifting up and down. So losing even more time during the pit stop to repair and do what they can. So now the objective is to get a top 10 finish today, but this will be very difficult. And do I have any more questions for you? I don't know. Valentin Simone, est-ce qu'on va encore vous voir en piste? Et maintenant, objectif donc de top 10. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut attendre quand même de cette course?
Non, alors moi j'ai terminé, je suis resté 1h35 à peu près dans la voiture, c'était ce qu'on s'était dit, c'est-à-dire que j'ai fait un double stint. Maintenant, voilà, comme l'a dit Cindy, est en train de faire un très bon relais avec des très bons temps, maintenant que la voiture marche mieux. Et là c'est Alban qui va terminer en essayant de pousser au maximum et en essayant de rattraper ce qu'on peut. Encore une fois, je pense que ça va être dur, malheureusement, je pense que c'était vraiment la bonne occasion celle-ci pour vraiment marquer des gros points et être voilà, pas loin du top 5 je pense. Donc voilà, on est un peu dégoûté, mais encore une fois, l'état d'esprit c'est de rien lâcher jusqu'à la fin. Dans ce team, il y a un super état d'esprit, on s'entend tous hyper bien et quoi qu'il arrive, on ira au bout en serrant les dents.
Et justement, qu'est-ce que ça fait de courir dans cette équipe, une équipe familiale? Le nom de Nerguti qui s'est illustré dans les années 80 avec l'écurie Carburol en championnat de France de la montagne. Qu'est-ce que ça fait là de porter ses couleurs et d'être dans une équipe qui n'est pas une équipe professionnelle et pourtant qui joue les bonnes places?
Non, alors c'est pas une équipe professionnelle. Alors déjà à la course de côte, c'est bien parce qu'on entend parler tous les week-ends et ça fait plaisir parce que c'est une super catégorie et avec eux. Et c'est vrai que pour moi, c'est vraiment un challenge qui m'a plu tout de suite parce que voilà, j'ai eu la chance de connaître des gros teams en GT ou autres et d'être dans ce projet-là avec des gens qui sont passionnés à un point vous pouvez même pas imaginer, qui bossent toute la semaine pour essayer de monter des programmes comme ça. Et franchement, voilà, on sait que là on est déçus de ce qui se passe en piste, mais chaque week-end on se régale, on serre les coudes et d'aller challenger des grosses équipes comme le Graf, comme ANS, pour nous c'est une victoire et comme je l'ai dit, d'être en deuxième ligne aujourd'hui, c'était déjà un beau résultat. Voilà, après la course c'est comme ça.
So very disappointing today with the incident that occurred, but Cindy Gudet, currently driving this car, is doing very great lap times. Alban Nerguti will take the wheel in a few moments, and Valentin Simone was explaining how proud he was to drive for this Nerguti competition team. Nani Nerguti, the first Nerguti in competition, was a legend of hill climb racing in France in the 80s, driving for the Carburol racing team. So it's a very small structure, and yet they are challenging the best drivers and the best teams out there in the Ultimate Cup Series. So he's hearing about Hill Climb Championship all the time, and he's seeing all the passion in this family team, and that's great. And you see the smile on his face, that tells you a lot about the atmosphere in this team. Thank you very much, Valentin Simone.
Thank you so much, Renault, in the pit lane, having a chat to the drivers. I'll be heading down very shortly. Incident at turn 18 has been noted. Don't know what that was referring to, so we'll have to see if anything comes up from that. Number 8 has had a stop-go 30 seconds for constant abuse of track limits. Car number 8 currently was leading and is now currently down in 13th with André Coganon at the wheel, which not good for the Graf team. Car number 8 had Jimmy Cho running incredibly well earlier in the race, and unfortunately now having a few issues out there. Not had a good day for car number 8 then. Their sister car, car number 9, which has got Eric Trullet at the wheel, is currently 9th at the moment. Belen Garcia coming in for her final pit stop of the day then. She only has one left on the timing screen, so she should be the first one of the field to tick off all the mandatory pit stops. James Winslow then inherits the lead. He's got one pit stop remaining as well, and I would assume James Winslow will take this to the end of the race now. 2 drivers in that car number 28, so I'd be surprised to see if Alan Geshev gets back in.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit of pressure off, isn't it? Not needing to do that, well, just to get it out of the way early, I suppose, so they know exactly where they are on track. 66, oh, we always know where that is on track. It's the brightest thing here, including the sunshine here in Spain. An hour and 5 minutes left to go of this race, and they head back out onto the track with still another pit stop to complete after this. Mitchell van Dijk just getting behind the wheel of that car now, and it won't be long before we see them in again, I'm sure. Probably only about half an hour before they will come back in, just to make sure everything's all in tip-top shape before completing the last run of the race. Thanks once again, Claire, for covering while I went to nab myself a drink. Just on my way back out to the pit lane now. As now we see the 66 heading back over the crest of the hill. Beautiful sunshine and fantastic scenery down there. Making their way around turn 10 down towards 11 and 12. Very committed part of the racetrack. I think there's a bit of a grey area with the transponders at the moment down there at turn 12. It seems like where the transponders are picking up the drivers. Well, I say that actually, it's definitely not a grey spot in the form of this car. Number 32 currently having an issue here, very slow and on the racing line as well, which is not helping out the number 66 machine. That's Gilles Heriau. There's an incident as well between cars 72 and 777 that is under investigation, and it looks like Gilles Heriau is calling that quits for today. They seem to have lost power. The car was not wanting to go anywhere. We heard from Valentin Simonet earlier on. He's the driver that will be competing in this machine here. I don't think it's him getting back in actually at this point. I think it's Noguchi getting into the car right now. Yeah, Valentin Simonet in the background there without his helmet on, so clearly not him getting in. He did quite a long stint at the beginning, so I would have been surprised to see him get back in. There, unfortunately, is the 32 at the side of the road. Fantastic looking race car, but I mean, it's not going anywhere, so it's not quite how the team would like it to look right now. Sat at the side of the road with some sort of power issue, it seems, because the headlights had gone out as well. The car was just rolling. Now, we're being told to prepare for a full course yellow here in just a moment's time. In about 30 seconds or so, we should go to a full course yellow, which is really intriguing because that car is well out of the way. And I think, to be honest, Heriau did a fantastic job to move it as far as possible out of the way. It's near a barrier. There's a yellow flag in turn 15. I'm wondering now whether that will escalate to a full course yellow or whether they will just continue to cover that area. We'll have to wait and see. We look here at one of the Kogamo cars right behind one of the ANS Motorsport machines. Just over an hour left on the clock. And the 154 goes through. That was, I think, them putting a lap on them as, ooh, I think the 154 saw the full course yellow a little bit late there and was going quite hot into that corner. But the flags are waved, the boards are out, and a full course yellow is in effect. From what I can see, that is due to the number 32 machine off at the side of the road. Yeah, they are bringing a vehicle out to come and move that car, but like I said, it was well out of the way. I think it's just procedure that when there is a vehicle of such size on the track now, they will throw a full course yellow rather than just do local yellow flags there, especially as it's in an acceleration zone. It's on the exit of a corner, so it's not exactly like the drivers are slowing down into there. It's a usual place where they're flat out on the exit, trying to get the most out of their run down towards turn 16. Claire reporting that Matthias Besch is getting in the number 70 machine. Sorry, not the 70, the 20 machine. I was going to say, wrong car, Chaz. I knew it ended with a 0, but still. Matthias Besch, gold-rated driver as well in that lineup, with Christophe Herney and Romain Carton. Christophe bronze, Romain silver, Matthias gold. So we will see, on paper anyway, the utmost pace of this car now in the final hour of the race. Full course yellow still underway, an hour and 30 seconds left to go here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup as part of the Ultimate Cup European Series here at Motorland Aragon. It's a lovely, lovely day here, and we hope you're all enjoying it so far. And it's only just been reported now that the number 32 car has stopped between turns 15 and 16. I think that was potentially to be listed as the reason for the full course yellow. But it is on the infield, and we're going to get the end of this full course yellow period in just 30 seconds time. So the racing will get back underway in just a moment. There is the 28 machine currently leading this race now after 88 laps. James Winslow at the very front of the order, with just one pit stop left, same as Marlon Hernandez. And the green flag is waved. There's a car there struggling to get going. Was that one of the CD Sport cars? It was. That was number 31. Just really took a moment or two to get going out of that full course yellow. Luckily for James Winslow, he was able to just scoot on by without any major dramas. And as the green flags wave, the racing is back to full pelt here at Aragon. Down towards turn 16 goes our race leader. A solid gap over Marlon Hernandez of 56 seconds as well for car 28. And, oh, dearie me, a 34-second, very specific, 34-second stop and go. But we're going to go to a quick ad break. We're going to have our own little stop and go, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome to the final hour of the race here this afternoon in the European Endurance Prototype Cup as part of the Aragon weekend of the Ultimate Cup European Series. Chaz Draycott here in the commentary box. Claire Cottingham has made her way to the pit lane, and I believe in just a moment's time, actually, we're going to get an interview. Claire, who have you got for us this time round?
Almost, I would say, bad timing, because Nicolas Adcock alongside me, we just saw your teammate Michael Stephen come in, and now unfortunately, I'll move out the way, your car is now behind us. A disappointing day after a really strong time out in Portimao.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I can see on the pit apron there's some oil, so we've got an oil leak by the look of it. It's such a shame because, yeah, we've been running very well. It's a very demanding circuit, but it's really suited. The Nova Proto really suited this track. It's a wonderful place to race. Yeah. I raced here a few years ago in European Le Mans Series, and it wasn't anything as pleasurable as this. So we were going very well. I'll find out more in a second, but yeah.
I know, a disappointing time to speak to you, and also live reaction. I can see that you're clearly disappointed. It is a really tricky track out there as well. As we've seen, so many drivers with track limits, there are these issues that the curbs are very, very small, aren't they?
Well, this is a bike track, so it has got very flat curbs. So it was built for MotoGP and World Superbikes. So that means there's no ramped up curb. You can take the curbs easily, and I think what's happening as the stints go on, remember we've only got 2 tyre sets for a 4-hour race. So as the tyres start to degrade, the car slides more. So you've got to push on, and you can do an inadvertent, I mean, nobody wants you track limits out there. It's just the way it is. So, yeah, I had track limits as well. But it's one of those things. The other thing that was affecting me, and I think it affects a lot of people, there was a lot of crud on the windscreen. So the sun was shining this morning so brightly, it was actually difficult to see the braking markers. So that would also perhaps add to some people's track limits. The hairpin turn 15, I was actually looking out the side window for the curbs to start to know where to brake, because I couldn't see out of the front with the sun glare on it. So that's endurance racing for you.
A bit of the perfect storm out there. Obviously, you don't know what's going on behind at the moment. I'm sure you'll find out very shortly. You said an oil leak. So is that the end of the race, do you think?
Well, it's unfortunate because that's all 4 of the CD Sport cars are now had strive through contact and one power steering problem, and now we seem to have picked up this leak. So I think we need to go and look and see what it is, and hopefully we're back out there, but we can't afford this.
No, it's not ideal timing in the championship either. Bad luck today. Hopefully you'll be able to get back out there. We've got 2 more rounds to go, though, and you're going to be there for them.
Of course you are, Claire.
All right, see you later.
Thank you very much indeed, Nicolas Adcock there. Not too pleased with that one, of course. It's been a tough race for them, and now the toughest it possibly could have been. Him and his teammate Michael Stephen sharing that car and putting a lot of time in around this circuit, especially as it's just the pair of them as opposed to a lot of this team, or a lot of these teams that have 3 drivers out there on track, to at least spread the load a little bit more. And yeah, I'm afraid for them now it's really come unstuck here today. We look now at the race leader, James Winslow. Another team with just 2 drivers in this car as part of the 23 events racing team. James Winslow and Alim Geshev sharing this machine together. And he's in a bit of no man's land at the moment, actually. He's got a long old gap ahead of him on the track to cars 66 and 99, and they're running at decent pace anyway. Mitchell van Dijk on that last lap was only about half a second slower than James Winslow. So it's hardly like he's catching him at an incredible rate of knots. And even then, car 99 ahead of that. Naguti was about a second off. So we'll see how that develops in the next couple of laps, because it might be a while before they even get close to each other, but we'll see. But as you can see from on our screen there, James Winslow has that entire back straight and the final couple of corners all to himself. He'll be wondering where the rest of the field has gone, to be honest. We've got, I believe, 4 cars that are under major strife anyway. Love the word strife. Nick used it in his interview there. It's a wonderful word to describe that something has just basically become unstuck. Matthias Besch, by the way, gold-rated driver. We knew as soon as he got into the number 20 car that he would be flying. He has done that team's fastest lap of the race, a 1:51.8, although the fastest lap of the race has just come in by Marlon Hernandez in second place. Currently 24 seconds off of our race leader, with 48 minutes to go and still a pit stop to make. But Marlon looking very promising at this present moment, as the number, I've just seen the 33 go back out on track. Tate Bishop now behind the wheel of that car. Number 33 running down, though, in 23rd place. Another one of the CD Sport cars having a difficult time. They have a quartet of machines with them again this weekend, and unfortunately it hasn't been completely smooth. Well, for 23 events racing, it's been an interesting one. In the number 27 car, they've had, well, they're almost bookending the order, actually, because 27 is down in 25th place. Only Robert Greenwood is behind them. Car 21 just got a 5-second penalty for track limits. They are running in 18th place at the moment. It's Adrian Bastide that is behind the wheel. He's coming to the pits as well recently, so it may get served. I don't know if we clarified whether it was served in the pit stops or whether it gets added on to the end. But either way, it's far from ideal, isn't it? To end up with all of these infringements and these additions to your race time, not only, you know, doing everything you can do out on the circuit, but with a watchful eye over them. These stewards add more and more time onto their overall efforts. Car number 9 has just had a 5-second penalty as well. Trouet getting that one for his 3rd infringement. We also had car 22 getting another time penalty as well a couple of laps ago. Just a couple of minutes ago, in fact. So they are certainly reeling them off right now in the steward's room. But like I said at the top of the show, it's one of those circuits that it really invites drivers to push the limit, because there's not as much of, well, actually, you know what, I'm going to argue with myself here, but you'd say that there wasn't as much of a risk to push right to the edge of the circuit, you know, physically, because you can see from that shot there, all the runoff area either side of the track is the width of one of these cars. Those red areas are huge, and it's just painted tarmac. It's still quite grippy, actually, unless it's raining. But even then, you know, is it more risk because you get 5-second penalty in the end rather than just dipping a wheel onto some gravel? I suppose the complete offset is if you dip a wheel onto the gravel, have a spin, go into the wall. We've had track limits reported for the final driver in car number 71, Paul Trojani, one of the only cars out there to have done all of its pit stops. David Drew, the gold driver as well, has done all of their pit stops in car number 9. He's just done that team's personal best lap of the race. Marlon Hernandez has done another fastest lap of the race, a 51.1 for Marlon. We watch the 154 right now, absolutely rattling its way around the circuit. And again, much like we saw for James Winslow earlier, a lot of clear space around him on the circuit. He's not got much in the way of traffic ahead of him and behind as well. He has about 15 to 20 seconds behind. The 51 has been in to serve its time penalty. We've got Marius Fossard behind the wheel of that car now. Funnily enough, he is actually the car on track behind the 154 now. Marlon Hernandez absolutely on a mission though. No purple sector on this lap in Sector 1, but still 4/10 faster than James Winslow in this opening part of the lap. And there still remains to be a sort of grey area around turns 11 and 12 with the positional trackers of these cars. They're jumping around all over the place at turn 12. So I keep thinking that some of them have maybe frozen in place because they haven't made it successfully through that sector, but they are all good. We keep an eye, though, on the Kogamo racing car. A 555 this time. Currently running in 4th place as well. Dennis Kion having a brilliant run of things. Leading in the AM class as well. Marlon Hernandez now leading the race as James Winslow comes in. Car 28, car 8 also in the pit lane as well, with Alexandra Cunard behind the wheel. Happy to report as well that all cars in the race are actually running. Robert Greenwood is, well, actually, sorry, no, Michael Stephen. We saw Nicholas Adcock talking about Michael Stephen's car coming in earlier, but the car that was in last place for almost all of this race, Robert Greenwood's car, is still running. Car 72 has been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That's Adrian Yvonne. And that drive-through penalty coming quite late on in the race. They've not got long to make up for that one now, I'm afraid. That is another one of the ANS cars having a bit of a tough time. We've done nearly 100 laps of Aragon here this afternoon. Lap 98 right now for Marlon Hernandez, our race leader. And that Kogamo car has been absolutely flying. It's been great to see this pace from car 154, a car that is right up there in the championship hunt. There is the 28 in the pit lane. Revs it up. And off he goes. Spins up the rears. Makes a great noise on his way out. And I'm just checking if it was James Winslow still behind the wheel. Certainly looks like it is. Don't think there was a driver change. Claire has confirmed that for me. That is still James Winslow behind the wheel. So he will do the final moments of this race and push on to the end. Still a number of cars in the pits. Cars 8 and 17 apparently in the pit lane. Car 8 was leading the race in the early stages. Frederic Morel in the pit lane too for car 17. Another car that we've seen up and down the order all day, Lamo Racing's machine. They've been having a bit of an interesting time of it. A few penalties here and there, a load of battles going on with many of their competitors. A bit of contact earlier on in the race as well, actually, with the number 9 car, which isn't too far away still. David Drew and Marius Fossard both doing their personal best sectors on the last lap as Marlon Hernandez once again brings the fastest lap of the race down. 151.127 right now. It's fantastic pace by this race leader. I'll see whether they can keep it up until the very end. Just trying to get my eye on the championship standings again and see if there's anybody that is really out of position here, but I don't think there is. I think a lot of it is quite well correlating to the championship standings, with a lot of the big hitters anyway towards the front of the order. We'll have to wait and see what happens in this final half hour. 39 minutes left to go, though, so still a little window of time. Another track limits report for car 21. And I'm told Claire is ready for an interview with one of our drivers right up near the sharp end of the order.
Well, we just saw, obviously, his teammate coming. Car number 28, James Winslow, just came in for his final mandatory pit stop. I want to speak to his teammate, though, Alan Gashev. Alan, thank you so much for joining us. It's a bit of a touch-and-go time at the moment, isn't it? It's looking quite strong for you guys.
Yeah, it's very nervous, but race overall, it's good. Our pace is good. We have some terrible quality, but in the race, I think the car is amazing. And my stint, especially on the first laps, was like I spun, but probably could recover pretty quickly. And overall, 2 hours was good.
You had a really strong stint, obviously, yeah, like you said, there was a couple of issues. Track limits is really catching a lot of the drivers out, though, and you guys have sort of stayed away from too much issues with track limits?
Yeah, actually, we decided to be very gentle with the car, not to go deep on the curbs and try to to be between white lines. That's why we keep an eye on that.
It's working out for you, definitely. I would say as well, you guys did your mandatory pit stops quite early on in the race. You've just done your final one now. That's a really good strategy call around here, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what you've done, so you know this.
We have very good engineer and the luck. Maybe.
Well, I saw it when you only had one mandatory pit stop left. I think James at the time was down in 8th, and now obviously popped back up to the top again. A podium is looking pretty promising here.
We're not looking actually for places on a podium or something. We just enjoy a race, and we hope that everything will be okay in the next 20-30 minutes.
You guys could really do, though, with some positive results, because even though you've had some good results, sometimes the race results haven't shown how strong you've been as a team.
Yeah, in the last 3 races, everything what can happen could happen with us on last hour, and but it's called motorsport. We are not like. We understand what it is, and we just try to enjoy every minute of racing.
A track you've enjoyed? Is it a new track for you?
I actually track, and it's different circle, different side, yeah, and more left corner. That's why my neck is like really dead. But overall, track is cool.
Okay, last hour, we're into it. Fingers crossed for you guys.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thanks very much, Alim Geshev there, giving us his insights into how this race has been going. And right now on circuit, we have his teammate James Winslow fighting with Marlon Hernandez right together on the track. But I think there's quite the separation between them. We've now done 100 laps of this place. 151.051 last time round for Marlon Hernandez. Continues to set fastest lap after fastest lap. They still have a pit stop left to do, though. Denny Caillon has been in the pits in car 555, teammate to Marlon Hernandez. But James Winslow can't too disheartened by seeing the 154 go through, because he knows that he still has a pit stop in hand. But it's been a great performance by both teams so far. Incredible pace straight out of the gates. And we're excited to see how it continues on. 35 minutes left here at Motorland Aragon. The 4th race meeting in the 2025 Ultimate Cup European Series. Winslow looking down the inside there of one of the ANS cars. I believe hoping to lap said car as well. It's the number 70 machine, and it's doing him absolutely zero favours right now. The number 70 currently running in 10th position, and it's Michael Boches. And he's made a mistake now as well. He's holding up James more than he would even mean to. James clearly not happy about it either. You could see him moving around in the cockpit, showing his frustration, understandably. Because the number 70, teammate to this car, the number 72, was really not helping anybody out there. It seemed like an easy overtake for the 154. We've had a stop and go for 30 seconds for car number 8 for the constant abuse of track limits once again. 100 laps in, and they're going to say, even still now, constant abuses. Oh, the 99 has just been off. They've just had a quick recovery to the circuit. And we're hearing that it's looking like, oh, we've had a potential a driver change once again for the. I'm just trying to find the right number now. I keep forgetting which number it's part of. It's, thank you, Claire. It's the number 7, Jonathan Thomas, getting back in the Graf car for the end of the race. They were out earlier on after their early incident. And, oh, we have turn 7 yellow flags at present. Just trying to see if through our many cameras I can see who that is or what that is, but don't see a car in particular dramas or dangers. Trying to see if there was any car going slowly. The 99 is off. The 99 is off the road and back underway actually now, just as I say that. It's just gone through our shot at the top there. They had a spin not long before that as well actually. Down at, I think it was turn 1 they had an issue. Car 99 currently being driven by Alban Nerguti. Great early stint from the likes of Valentin Simone and Cindy Goudet. And now Alban is the driver behind the wheel, having a bit of a tough stint by the look of it, unfortunately. Car 154 coming into the pits then, with their final stop to complete. James Winslow will re-inherit the race lead after not being too far behind earlier on. And obviously having that pit stop in hand, like I said, he wasn't too phased, I'm sure, by being overtaken by the 154 on the road. We look now at the 71 machine, still making its way around in good pace is Paul Trojani, but not anywhere near the end of the order that we would have expected them. I mean, earlier on, the 71 was, we were thinking, in with a shout of winning the race. There's a few cars ahead of them at least, maybe 6 or 7 of them, that still have to make another pit stop. But as you can see, that car is already becoming a handful. And it's a case of keeping it tidy and on the black stuff until the end. Jonathan Thomas in the number 7 car now. We are hearing from the pit lane. So he's going to make the most of this last half hour. In fact, I can see on our camera feed the driver change being sorted. The number 7 car, funnily enough, has its number sticker on, but it's been put on a panel that's hidden by another panel, so we can't see it on the left-hand side very clearly. Although we saw it very beautifully being placed on earlier on. We'll look at the number 57 car for just a moment there. Nicolas Chartier, running in the AM class in 2nd position, 7th overall at the moment. You can see there just how easily these cars take turn 12. It's been fantastic to watch them make their way through turns 12 and 13. These cars just gobble up Grand Prix style circuits with amazing ease. Awesome performance from the Nova Proto NPO2s. And car 57 screaming its way down towards turn 16. Car ahead of it on the circuit is the 777. We've not seen too much of that car throughout this race today, although it does run nicely inside the top 10. Danny Bunchu behind the wheel of that one. I think it'll be the case that Danny takes that car all the way to the end. They've only got one stop left to do. He's just had a track limits penalty, actually, of 5 seconds. Car 57, still on our screen, though. Like I say, running inside the top 10, which I'll be really pleased with. We've got a number of the AM drivers doing quite well up the order, actually. Michael Bochez in car 70 is also one of the AM squads out there. And they're running 10th overall. David Monclair, the next AM driver down in 22nd, in car 22 in 14th place. I've done that a number of times this weekend. And the weekend is far from over, let's not forget. This is not the only racing action that we have this weekend. Just looking at the schedule for the rest of the event, we've got the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup coming up at 2:15 local time. We then have qualifying for the Hoosier Formula Cup and Kenol GT Endurance. We have the MIT Jet Racing later on, which will be covered by our French colleagues. Then we have another Ultimate GT Sprint Cup race and the first race of the weekend in the Hoosier Formula Cup at 7:15. It's going to be beautiful lighting around that time as the sun sets on this gorgeous circuit. Car number 7 has been reported to the stewards again for constant abuse of track limits. I think at this point they've just said, yeah, stuff it, we'll carry on. With 27 minutes left to go, the sun may not be setting on the circuit as it's nearly 1 PM in the afternoon. You can see just how bright and hot it is from that shot there. But the sun is setting on this race here in the Ultimate Cup European Series European Endurance Prototype Cup. And it's been quite the busy race, not just for us here in the commentary box, but of course the stewards as well. Lots of track limits penalties being awarded. And there's a 5-second penalty going to car 66 now as well. Van Dijk behind the wheel of that machine at the moment. So they're all picking them up as they go on. Even the 33 car getting one as well now. Car 33 is a bit further down the order. Tate Bishop behind the wheel. We saw him coming out of the pit lane earlier on. But the race is on at the front. Nicolas Prost now behind the wheel of the 154 car. And is actually 9 seconds clear of James Winslow. I thought it was going to be definite that James retook the lead. But the Kogamo 154 machine now leading this race outright with about 25 minutes left to go. Good stuff down at Kogamo, and it's a good time to speak to somebody from Kogamo Racing Team as well. I believe Claire is ready for us with another interview.
Pole position, and alongside me is the man that started the car on pole position, Owen Creed. Owen, you've had your stint, now you've just got to watch the last 25 minutes. How are you feeling?
I don't feel great until the end, you know. I'm very stressful now. Everything can happen, you know. But yeah, we do like a quite clean race, no problem. I don't push too much for my first stint, you know, to be cool, because I was not very ready for the race, because it's really intense, this track, the weather and everything, so that we don't make a mistake, you know, we go safe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember talking to you on the grid and you said you just wanted to get through turn 1. You did that pretty impressively. You had quite a strong stint out there.
Yeah, it was good because the number 7, it was silver in it, so I let him pass. And after I tried to keep the gap step by step. I don't see a lot, the one behind me is like less and less behind me, so that's why it was like easy first stint, you know.
Yeah. No stress. It seems like you, as three of you, alongside Nicolas Prost and Hernandez as well, you work very well as a team to know where you work in the team, if you know what I mean. You knew that at that point you didn't need to push too hard, but you just needed a solid stint, and that seems to be helping you guys a lot in the championship right now.
Yeah. The most important is.
Noisy.
The most important is like to make points, because we are second in championship. So that's why if we don't do like first, it's okay, you know. But it's good, and it's amazing, you know. All the team, Nicolas and Marlon, they do the well setup. So we arrive, we take our time, and every time we improve during the free practice, and that is very important to have a good car. And honestly, you know, the team do mega job. My overdriver, they do mega job. And what is most important, it was also our George, our team manager, said no track limit. So it was the key maybe of the success also. Yeah.
I think that's a big key, especially the amount of penalties we've seen up and down here. Not only penalties, but drive-through penalties, stop-go penalties. And yeah, like you say, you've stayed out of that. Nicolas Prost at the moment at the wheel. He is under pressure at the moment from James Winslow. Are we worried by that, or are you?
I don't watch yet, because you just asked me, you know, to do the interview, so I don't see where we are right now. But anyway, first place, second place, it's always good. Yeah.
I feel like that's you telling me you want to go and watch the end of the race now, so I'll let you go. Thank you so much. Good luck for the race.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great to hear from Owen Creed there, and yeah, he's now relinquished of duties to go and watch the rest of the race. We're going to go to a full course yellow in just a moment, and well, it's going to be in about 30 seconds. Over at turn 7, there has been a car off the road. Car 72 has fallen off. That's Adrian Yvonne, one of the ANS Motorsport cars. Once again, much like they had at Mugello, I remember them having a very busy time there over at ANS, and they've had just as busy a time here as well. We are about 10 seconds away from going to the full course yellow, and just where that camera is there, where we're on board with now, is actually where the car is. So it's off the road on the outside of turn 7, I believe. Now we go full course yellow. Everybody slows down. They must remain at a certain speed and under a certain delta, meaning a sort of comparison to a specific lap time. And they are unable to exceed that. And right now, it goes nice and quiet. Still 21 minutes to go here. Hopefully not a massive clean-up operation down there at turn 7. But it is car 72, I can tell you, based on the track map that we have, that is unfortunately off the road. Just trying to reload all the information of where the car started on the grid, actually. Some 4 hours ago now. I think the 72 car started quite far up the order, did it not? No, it was one. Actually, there was 2 ANS cars that started further down after having a bit of a botched qualifying. It was Beauchers and Yvonne that started on the 11th and 13th rows of the grid. It was cars 70 and 71, sorry, 73 and 71 that started a little bit further forward than that. So car 72 not having the day go their way, unfortunately. And after working harder and harder every single lap to try and claim back some race time, they have not been able to make it work in the end. You can see now just how long it takes these cars to get down the back straight there. Especially at this speed as well, under a full course yellow. And yeah, Claire is, oh, well, it was slow. We were just both agreeing that it was ridiculously slow under the full course yellow. And now back up to full pace. And with 19 minutes left of this race, we are under full speed once more. As, oh, that car is not under full speed anymore. Just as I look at the timing screen, we have the 31 spinning around. It's back underway, though. This was Robert Greenwood in the car, and he's had a difficult day. It was him involved in the incident at the start of the race, if I remember rightly. And now, unfortunately, having another little spin there of his own accord in the final moments. We've had another infringement for the driver of the number 7 machine, Jonathan Thomas. And you can see it's very busy out there on this part of the circuit here. This is the number 28 machine, James Winslow, currently in second place. Just behind him is car 22, which is David Monclair. And just ahead, I think, is that Michael Beauchers again in car 70? It is, yeah. It is Beauchers just in front. And again, not moving out of the way. James Winslow making a point to go down the inside into turn 16. Doesn't have to really make... Well, I mean, he wouldn't want to have to make an overtake, but he had to really force the issue there. Car 66 through the pit lane. What I just saw on one of our other cameras. Mitchell van Dijk making his way down there. That car, unfortunately, not quite in contention for the win at the present moment, but still trying to catch back up with our leading few. Just 17 minutes left to go here then. James Winslow has to think about that and crack on with whatever he can do to get some sort of victory in the window, but to be honest, Nicolas Prost at the top of the order is on a mission. We've got the 555 in the pit lane, we're hearing, and already gone. A potential stop-go penalty for them. A number of issues coming through for a lot of the teams, as we've seen. And nobody has been able to escape the track limits this weekend, that's for sure. And it'll be the same, I'm sure, in a number of our other races throughout the weekend, in the GTs and of course in the Formula Cup as well. as we have all these cars sort of grouping together in the second and third sectors. It could change the shape of this race, but looking at the previous laps, Nicolas Prost has got the speed on his side right now. And he currently is doing 152s. 152.4 last time round. James Winslow 153.4, so he was a second faster. Another gold driver out there is David Drew. He's currently in third place, doing 152.8, so he's only a few tenths of a second off our leader. And to be fair, he was 6 tenths of a second faster than James Winslow on that last lap, and he is just 10 seconds back from him. So it's not all of the time in the world to try and gain. We'll keep our eye on that gap and see how it changes. Matthias Besch still going well as well. Another gold driver, but he is much further down on the number 9 car, I believe. Just trying to pick up where they are on track, but there's a few groups, so some of the car numbers are being lost amongst it. Yeah, they are an entire lap down now. Is the number 20 on the number 9. We can see them actually on track now on our screen. That's where the number 9 is. And yes, the car behind them is the 20. I did wonder if it was that one of the DB Autosport cars. Wasn't sure if it was the 21 instead. But the two of them glued together with, to be honest, not many cars around them right now. I was just saying about these sort of groups of cars that are together, but it's not the case that they're in one of these big groups. It does look like they want to have a bit of a battle here, do the number 20 team. Matthias Besch is not giving up easily here. But the difference between the two is a lap. And David Drew just wants to focus on moving forward here to obviously go after the second place car of James Winslow. We've had more time penalties, cars 9, 99, 777. So actually, important one there for David Drew. Car 9. So that might, well, will affect their end result, of course. We'll see whether this battle changes anything as well. Because, of course, having the 20 and the 9 right near each other like this, they could get tangled with one another. They just have to keep it clean, keep it tidy. They are approaching the 22 machine on circuit right now, as there is a defensive move there from the 9. Or I'm not sure whether that was a defensive move or whether he was sort of making his intentions clear to get past the 22 car of David Moncler. But with 11.5 minutes left, this is hotting up here. The 20 machine now looking down the inside. And Matthias Besch is saying, no thank you. Oh, a little bit of a wobble on the way into the first corner by David Drew. That didn't work out for him at all. He was pushing. Maybe just a little bit too much there to try and get that cutback on his fellow competitor. .11 minutes to go here at Motorland Aragon in our first race of the weekend, the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Car 154, Nicolas Prost leads the way at the moment. His teammates, the likes of Marlon Hernandez and Erwin Creed, have both done fantastic jobs in this race up to now. Car 27 just got another drive-through penalty for constant abuse of track limits. The 27 car is running down in 25th place, so no major threat to a race victory. But second place at the moment is James Winslow. He's been chased down by David Drew. But to be honest, don't think Drew is going to catch him before the end of this race. It's 8.7 seconds the gap. And he's in a fight with Matthias Besch as well. And there is only 10 minutes left to go. Car 66 has been reported to the stewards as one of the DB Autosport cars. Has a big old moment through the left-hander down at turn 5. That, I think, was the 21. It is car 21. There's the 555 fighting away with the 33. They are on very different parts of the racetrack and, well, sorry, at different parts of the race, different parts of the order. Car 33, in fact, has just been reported to the stewards for constant abuse of track limits. Seems like this track, I mean, I've said a few times that it invites the abuse of track limits, but wow, it's certainly gone overboard in these later stages of the race. And it will continue to, I'm sure, right until the end of this race action here this afternoon. Side by side, in fact, between the 33 and the 555. They've made the move down the inside, said thank you very much, I'm on my way. Just keeping my eye on where the 154 is of Nicolas Prost. He's opened up the gap, but is being caught by James Winslow. That last lap anyway, 52.3 for Winslow, 52.5 for Nicolas Prost. David Drew, 9.6 seconds off of James Winslow now in second place, so that gap has gone back up. So if anything, Winslow is almost like a bit of a reverse Newton's cradle here, where instead of the ball at either end of the cradle moving around, it's the one in the middle that's sort of bouncing between all the others. James Winslow, like there's a big bungee cord on the back of Nicolas Prost's car. He's catching him up for a moment, and then when it goes slack again, he's losing him slightly. But some interesting times coming through. Still got fastest laps coming through from teams further down. Adrien Bastide has just done their fastest lap of the race in 20th place, and Maxence Maurice has just done his team's fastest lap of the race in 25th position. So there's definitely some considerable improvements in the later stages. Maybe it's just down to the drivers being told, look, you can push more now than you could earlier. Whether they know that, you know, they don't have to actively look after the tyres as much. They now know what the situation is to just push to the end. We look now at the 154 machine, doing a fantastic job of leading the way. Didn't seem like it was going to be the car to exactly ignore at the start of the race, but has continued to impress us here. The number 8 machine was the one to really watch, and Jimmy Cho back in that car now, but running in 12th position, not having the day that they would have liked from near the front of the grid. But the 154 of Kogumo Racing, Nicolas Prost behind the wheel at present. Started the race on pole position. Owen Creed, as he said to Claire earlier on, saw some of the drivers around him, decided to let some of them go. He was picking his battles and doing a good job of it. And right now, he has given the team a foundation to lead this race with a decent advantage, and they haven't looked back at all. We look now at the 28 car. James Winslow's second position, 9 seconds behind the leader, 9 seconds ahead of the car in third place. Matthias Besch has just done the fastest lap of the race. David Drew has just done his personal best lap of the race as well. So the cars in third and fourth are really the ones that are on the move. David Drew has just done a personal best Sector 1 on top of that as well. 28.544. The fastest Sector 1 of the race has been done by the 154 car, 28.2. But in fact, Matthias Besch has done the fastest Sector 2 and Sector 3 of this race. So with 5 minutes left to go, just seeing if there are any major battles to change here. Neil Muston and Nicolas Schatz are having a fight for 5th and 6th places. That's the 777 and the 73. They're just coming down towards turn 12, just before the lap, compared to where our camera position is here that you look at. And I wonder whether that will change before the end. It's amazing though, isn't it, after nearly 4 hours of racing, that the teams can be so close to one another on track. Very little separating them. But it's been a good run, this, by the number 28. James Winslow sharing the car with Alim Geshev. They started down in 9th position on the grid as well. So they've made great progress forward, and they've stayed there as well towards the end. Still a couple of more laps to go here. We've done 115 laps of this wonderful circuit here at Motorland Aragon. Matthias Besch doing another purple sector. Really pushing. Now towards the end, another personal best has come in from David Drew as well. Actually, a 151.6. Doing his team's fastest lap of the race. Where did the number 9 car start on the grid? 13th on the grid. Making it up into 3rd place. Besch and his teammates started 8th on the grid. Are just going to be outside of that podium scoring position, but let's not forget the top 3 are currently a lap ahead of the rest of the field, and the entire top 3 is only separated by 16 seconds, 17 seconds give or take. And with nearly 2 minutes per lap, it won't be long now before our race leader begins the final lap of the race. They do have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. And they are coming around the final corner, actually, so we're going to get 2 laps here. We have seen it before where teams have tried to calculate the refueling to take as little as possible on board. And we're going to get an extra lap as... Oh, that's a car off. There is a car off the road, and that is 33. Yellow flag at turn 4. Oh, there's a wheel off the car. And unfortunately, said wheel is now rolling back onto the circuit. It looks like it might come to a stop, but it's rolling back into a very high-speed part of the track there, where the number 20 is just heading up to. Hopefully the wheel is clear. It's frustratingly stopped right in the middle of the circuit. It's not on the racing line though, but I can tell you that it's just in the middle of the road. It's still stood upright as well, funnily enough, but it looks like it had come off the left rear of the 33 car. And hopefully nobody manages to clip that wheel, because like I say, it's just off the racing line. So as long as they're going through their single file, this should be okay, but that's covered by a yellow flag at turn 3 and turn 4 until the final moments of this race by the look of it. We've got the race leader on their way down the back straight right now, heading towards us here at the bottom of the hill. And they're about to begin the final lap of the race. We're about to go to a full course yellow, though, in 20 seconds, because that loose wheel is not in a safe spot whatsoever and will be recovered very shortly. Oh, and a car has just gone straight on, trying to avoid it as well, actually. Multiple cars having to do so. Just as they go to the full course yellow. The cars involved were the number 51. I think the 31 as well has had to avoid that. And now all of a sudden it goes much quieter once again, with just 10 seconds left of this one. Unfortunately, it seems that this race will end under full course yellow. The race leader is just going up past the loose wheel right now, which is still somehow stood up. It's just stayed completely upright. It rolled back onto the circuit very quickly and then suddenly slowed down, but there's not that much of a hill up there at turn 4. It does plateau quite quickly. And this will be an unfortunate way to end this race under full course yellow conditions, but at the end of the day, safety is the top priority. And no matter what it does to affect competition or, you know, the sort of spectacle of a race finishing at full speed, safety is priority numero uno. But we at least get to see, it's almost like watching it in slow-mo, watching the the Kogamo racing machine make its way around the track in the lead, almost getting like a guard of honour. Is Nicolas Prost. Just going to have a look for their championship standings and just see if this will be their best result of the season. Although, no, they won last time out at Portimao as well. So this is going to surely propel them to the top of the championship right now. All three drivers have had the same amount of stints and so on this season. They are one of the only driver lineups in the championship to have all completed the same amount of races and stints and so on. They're all on the same points, 46 apiece. They were just 4 points behind Matthias Besch and Romain Carton. But then again, that number 20 car has had a great resurgence in the final moments of the race. So they won't exactly be falling miles behind in the championship. Car 33, I can tell you now, is recovered out of the way of the gravel trap. Scary moment, though, for car 33. You're going at some pretty high speed up there towards turn 4. At least if it's let go through turn 3, you might have had a bit of warning and been far away from any barriers. At the end of the day, with it being such a high-speed part of the track, the barriers are naturally far away up there. So hopefully all okay with Christian Jorgensen. Now, don't be fooled. That is one of the Kogamo racing cars crossing the line with car 66 joining it on circuit, Mitchell van Dijk. But it'll be the next car to come over the top of the crest in the background that will be our race winner. And there it is, just emerging. Car 154. And across the line at slow speed comes Nicolas Prost. And Kogamo Racing take their second race victory on the bounce in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Very well done to them. A great, great drive with James Winslow taking second place in car 28. And after a mixed bag of a season so far, they'll be really pleased to get the result they deserve. Matthias Besch crosses the line, finishes in 4th position after that one. And a lot of hard work went into that after running in the lower parts of the top 20 for so long. They managed to recover right to the end and get into 4th place. Just going to keep my eye on the AM drivers. David Drew has crossed the line, by the way, finishes 3rd overall, a podium for the Graf team after cars 7 and 8 had very topsy-turvy races. It's the red and black number 9 that gets them their biggest haul of points, and you can see he's running off the circuit there to pick up marbles and all sorts. And we're still waiting, actually, for more cars to cross the line. We are still under yellow flag conditions. Across the line comes the number 73, Nicolas Schatz, 5th place for them. Again, another difficult day for the ANS Motorsport squad. 4 cars in their team, and all of them had a tough time. A little bit of a weave across the line there for the 777. Wait to see the 57 cross the line, who will take the victory. Oh, dearie me, actually. Just looking. Oh, Matthias Besch and his team had a drive-through penalty converted into a 30-second time penalty, but that will not drop them a position. They were 1 minute and 7 seconds ahead of Nicolas Schatz, so it will not afford them another place. There across the line is the number 8 that led so much of the race in the early stages, but unfortunately did not finish up there in the top spot. We still wait for 57, and to be fair, 57 is quite the way down the back straight at the moment. Still a few more corners to go before they will cross the line and inevitably take the victory in the AM class here this afternoon. Karel Frietsch is next up to cross the line, car 17, just over the crest of the hill there. One of the only cars without their lights on, but they did have the intermittent party mode lights that we saw earlier. Oh, they do flash the lights so as across the line, so they do still work. Next car up is the 72, another one of the ANS Motorsport squad. A round of applause from their team member on the pit wall there, and a big well done. But around the final corner and across the line goes car 57, and they take the victory in the AM class. A great day for Kogamo Racing. Nicolas Chartier and Stefan Rupp take the win in the AM class with that one. Brilliant stuff. So Kogamo with the overall race win and the AM class win as well. Not a bad day at the office for the squad. Last couple of cars to cross the line. Now the 555 and the 66. In fact, that position changing on the final lap. Despite the fact they were under full course yellow conditions, there's a lot of light flashing there from the 555 at the 66 by the look of it. Seems to be aimed at them. But their positions did indeed change on the final lap. It looks like the number 20 has gone round again. Matthias Besch has done a spare lap. But into the pit lane comes our race-winning car. And there it is. Erwin Creed welcomes and congratulates his teammate on the race win. And a massive hug as well for them. Brilliant stuff. Lovely scenes. Nicolas Prost out of the car with that wonderful helmet design. So reminiscent of his father's. A big hug there as well from Marlon Hernandez. The three of them absolutely overjoyed with that race victory. Like I say, Kogamo having a wonderful day at the office, winning in both classes. Third place to their right-hand side is the number 9 of Graf. David Drew driving that car to the end. James Winslow finishing in second place. He has congratulations and a picture taken with the team. And hopefully we'll be able to hear from them with Claire in just a few moments' time. See whether they've got much to say, much to do. And we will now hear, by the look of it, from Nicolas Prost, our race winner for Kogamo Racing. Let's hear from him with Claire.
Well, big congratulations, of course, for you and your teammate. We've lost Erwin Creed already. Here he is. Erwin, come on in as well. Congratulations to all three of you. Nico, let's start with you. Obviously, you had the final stint out there. You were under a bit of pressure, but did it feel like you had it sorted?
Yeah, I mean, thanks to these guys and to Marlon, I had a bit of a gap. the tires are old, I think, for everyone, so you have to be a bit careful, you know, at the end. And obviously they were really fast, but we still had a gap that it was quite easy to manage, you know. So it was a really good race, but they made the race easy for me.
You just took over it at the end. Guys, the main thing we should talk about here is track limits, and that's something this team did incredibly well. You really stayed where you were meant to, which meant you didn't get the penalties.
Yeah, with the briefing with all the team, we said we need to do not do track limits. We know that here it's going to be a big problem, and a lot of teams are going to take some penalties. So we had a bit of a fight with the team manager, but we managed to do it, and no penalties, so it's great.
I would love to be a fly in the wall just to hear these conversations. Owen, let's just talk quickly then. Championship leaders still. This is a good place to be at this point in the championship.
Yeah, great. It's amazing. Little bit sad for the 20 because I think they have a problem at the end. So that's why, but we are happy also to be there. And we deserve it. So we are fighting for the next one.
Definitely. And also really...
I love Manico. Huh? I love this track.
You guys, okay, we'll come back here. Not just this, but Kokomo had a great day all round. It's the overall win and it's the AM win for you guys as well. Your team are going to be really happy.
Yeah, obviously it's important, but you know, like we said this morning, everything can change very quickly. It's much better to be there, but there's still 2 races to go.
2 races to go. We ready?
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely.
I was not ready for this one, so the next one, I will win every time.
Okay, all right. Well done, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lovely. That's the Kokomo guys. Let's see if I can just come around here and speak to James Winslow. James, let's bring you around here. Alan as well. I love getting you both in. Hello, Micah. Hello, how are we doing? Oh, I'll put you this side because it looks a bit weird if I stand in the middle. James, you fought hard at the end there, didn't you?
Yeah, there's obviously very hard not to break the track limits here with the wind and the oil and the stones and everything. So we always have this hanging over our head, 2 limits and you get a 5-second warning. So there was still pace in the car, there was still a little bit of pace in us. Full course yellow, I knew I was getting caught under. But we were being super conservative because we knew we had a podium there. And yeah, the car was great, team did a good job. And we've led 3 races this year or 4 and we've finally finished second now. The car didn't miss a beat. Liam did a great job to start. Fought his way back to the front from the rear of the grid, so a good job all round.
Aline, we talked a little bit, didn't we, just before the end of the race, and we said we're into the final hour, which is the tough hour for you guys. It has been this season, but you made it and you're on the podium.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, really. We couldn't expect more, and I think our race was really perfect, almost perfect.
We've got 2 more rounds to go. Obviously, championship points-wise, we're not really looking at that now, but we're looking at a win, surely.
Yeah, I think we've been in contention to win every race this year, even by a lap and a half before the power steering broke. So, and we even scored 4th and 5th even then when we probably should have had DNF. So we're definitely not looking at points. We're just trying to win a couple of races and see where we are at the end of the season.
The last race, indeed, you had no power steering. Are you feeling a bit better after this race?
We still have the power steering fluid leaking from all round in all
cool
because it went everywhere. There was litres of it. Yeah. But today everything was good.
Okay, well, congratulations, guys. It is 2nd place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Well, that is it for the Endurance Prototype race here. We've got 2 more rounds to go. We're going to go to Magny-Cours and then we're going to end the season in Le Cassette in France, of course. Make sure you join us for that. Plenty more racing, though, to come from Ultimate Cup over the weekend. So do make sure you stay with us wherever you're watching. We'll see you soon.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.